Hello.
Hi.
Oh my gosh. Hi. I'm gonna change the background. Hold on, guys. I'm such a mess tonight. I was like, I'm gonna have all this energy. I'm doing a tandem show. We're gonna do the Ali Renie show and also pre-closeout for FIENDISH. But I have just been running around all day. I'm so fucking tired. But I was like, I'm gonna stay up late drinking, and it's gonna be great. And I'm hoping I can manage to power through things because I have coffee instead. So pray for me. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. But yeah, this is the Ali Renie show, but a little different.
This is the Ali Renie show.
We talk about world building and writing and fantasy. And today it's going to be combined with, well, my campaign Fiendish 2.5 ends tomorrow. So it's kind of a combo stream, and hopefully maybe some other people will pop on later, maybe not. We'll see. But it's going to be a chiller show. We're going to answer some audience questions and then just have a good time. So yeah, there we go. Let me change the background. This background doesn't fit our show. How are you doing, Ali?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm a mess.
I'm cold.
You're cold.
So
I am warm. I'm gonna go change. I'm sweltering for some reason.
Snarkticon is saying that yesterday was Jake's torture chamber, and you had sent me a thing asking for help. What happened? What was he doing?
I thought you were watching the creative block.
No.
Yeah, you were in chat.
I commented a few times, but I couldn't watch.
Oh, I thought you were watching. So that's why I sent you the link.
That's why I didn't know what was going on. I was like, what?
You were commenting, so I assume you watched the show. Okay, hold on. It's so warm. It's so warm. I'm like wearing this sweater and I've been sweltering all day. Okay, I'm gonna have to go change. But it's supposed to be February, but it's sweltering over here. It's like, what, 60-something degrees in Atlanta? Now go solo. Remember, for 25 months. Thank you so much. Seems a little unreal that it's been 2 years already. Thank you again for that cover and for doing it traditionally. It looks absolutely amazing. Means the world to get something from you for my first attempt. Thank you for the commission. I look forward to finishing it, and I hope you like it. And thank you for your support and being a member. All right. Is this the height of summer? Well, in Australia, it is maybe. Over here in America land. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay. Notice, ladies and gentlemen, that she did not answer my question, but that's okay. That's okay. How are you, chat? I can't click on anyone's chats, but I can look through them. Maromi is here. Hello, Maromi. Granda Comics. Hello. Granda. Is that like granddad? Granda. What's up? Dan Genovese. Good evening, he says. Yes, good evening. You rang. Michael Rushbrook is here. Hello.
Hello. What question did I not answer? What did I do?
You didn't answer what was going on with Jake. Why you guys were so afraid.
Oh, but because, okay, you weren't watching. I thought you would get the joke. So he did a presentation, and the presentation was supposed to be about impact, because on the creative blog we talk about a subject, and the whole presentation ended up being more about something else, and I was arguing with him the whole time. Now I have to explain the show. Well, but yeah, anyways, it's because I was like, oh, this is disaster, Ali, come on, and, tell it how it is. So
what were you arguing about?
It's fine. I'll tell you about it later. We were talking about impact. He did a good presentation. It's fine. It's fine. It was just a joke. It's okay.
Okay.
And ended on the misuse of ornate. He did piss me off because he brought up ornate again. And it's very irksome to me because I don't understand why that's a point. He's not coming up. I think ornate's my trigger word. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me.
What does he think ornate is?
Okay, I don't. I need more to drink. All right. So
It's not bad.
well, I thought you saw the show because it's a lot to explain. There's this whole thing going on in the creative block where early on we had this one of our earliest presentations. Jake did this whole thing talking about paneling techniques and all this stuff, and he said ornate is a paneling technique, and I disagree, so now he keeps on bringing up, and it annoys me, so I don't want to talk about it. Can we move on?
Oh, I thought like the definition of the word was the problem.
No. It's a thing in the show that has annoyed me for like a year, and it's fine. We were bantering and stuff, and I was like, Allie, come on and tell Jake what impact in storytelling really is and school him. That's why I sent you the link, but you didn't even know what I was talking about because you weren't actually watching.
I did like I did a comment where I explained what it was in a single sentence, but no one read it.
That's why I thought you were watching, because we were going around in circles trying to explain impact, and you explained it really well. So, pardon me.
Well, if you guys would have read my chat, but nobody read my chat, so.
I did.
Not that one.
I did.
Like, I read not out loud.
Oh, I don't know. I was too busy yelling at Jake. So.
Well, the horror of one is here. CJ is here. Alex Verb sharing some links. Thank you. That's pretty sick.
Thank you. I'm gonna invite Michael Rushbrook if you want to come on. I forgot to send you the link.
Ornate, poignant, or non-bred.
There we go.
Are these all things that you guys were fighting about? Is that why Snarkticon is bringing them up?
Yes, because everybody wants to annoy me, clearly.
Oh, poor Renie. Just think about lambus bread, and you'll feel better.
I will. Oh my god. Chat, you're killing me! Hello, Diller Draws, what's up? Hello, down goes Solo and TC. Oh, how dare you. Snuggie, hey! What's up? Hello. Michael Rushbrook, you now have the link. Bancroft, hello, what's up? Marco, let me know if you want to hop on. We're going to do our usual discussion, but also, we're going to invite some friends, because it is also a pre-closeout. What are we discussing today, Allie?
We're going to be super positive, where we usually are like, what makes you mad? What's really hard? Blah, blah, blah. We're going to do a celebration tonight. We're going to be super positive, chat. And
wow.
They're going to... I can already see people complaining. They're going to be like, we like it when you guys hate things. See, look. Why? Solo's already saying, do we have to?
No, I have faith in our chat that they will love it. And they will protest, but it will all just be surface level. It'll be an act. And they are going to love that we're going to talk about happy things and just be joyous today. That's the plan. Let's do it. Isn't that right, chat? You guys are going to love it.
Yeah, you freaking better.
Hey, holy hand grenades. Let's see. We like it when you guys hate things. Well, today we're hating being Debbie Downers and hating things, which is why I don't want to talk about the things that I was annoyed at in storytelling. So let's move on from that.
So, I'm sharing my thing, and I even zoomed in on it like I was told to last time.
Thank you.
TC's down for a positive stream. Yeah, Derek is saying happy joy. So, funny story, Derek. Somebody showed my kid when she was like 9 that song, and the video that goes along with it, and she started to cry, and she said it was traumatic.
Wait, which one?
She's not a fan. The happy joy thing is like this annoying song from this cartoon from the 90s called Ren and Stimpy.
Mm-hmm.
And the cartoon was basically like known for being super duper like detailed gross. Like it was about a dog and a cat, and sometimes the animation would just get really wrinkly and pussy and up close
Oh,
and
I've seen
disgusting.
those.
Yeah,
It's all there's barf and shit, and it has like this gross style. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't really like it.
I wasn't allowed to watch it as a kid, but like, and this is part of why I told the other kids that they have to show me what they want to show my kid from now on, because she just watched that like a minute and a half part where it's them going happy, happy, joy, joy, like, and it gets like weird, and she like cried, and she was like, I don't like it, it's traumatic, and I was just like, oh, be okay. But it was just that one scene. Well, but there were young kids then that their parents watched it. It was on Nickelodeon.
Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have found that style appealing when I was a kid either. A Dillard draws for $5. Hold on, let me get a couple super chats before I pull up the screen share.
Do it.
Armpit stream. King Arthur himself couldn't pull me out of those pits. Well, no, that is not. That is not my intention. I will be doing no armpit whoring today. So, in fact, no thoughterry at all. But thank you for the super chat.
You were doing thoughterry?
No, it's a joke. The armpit thing is a joke.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
arms don't have pits. Arms have underarms.
That is the correct English term. Yeah, the armpit thing hasn't shown up for a while, so Dillard is bringing it back. But no, I reject. Snuggie Jr. for $2. Thank you. If we have to, and with a puffy, angry face, we will drag you kicking and screaming into joy. And Lord Nemesis tell me to relax. No, I will never relax. I have no chill. All right, let's start.
It is impossible for Renie to relax.
You don't understand. It really is.
When she was asleep at my house, she was still like stressed. You could see like she wasn't relaxed. She was sleeping like you guys know in The Ring when that little girl dies and like she's all stiff and like it was like that. That's how she slept.
That is not how I sleep. Hello, Michael. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Welcome to the show. Michael Rutschberg is my artist on 2.5. In case you guys didn't know, thank you for joining us today.
Yep, I'm not going to interfere with your Ali and Renie show, am I? Or just...
Oh, no, just join in. Let's all talk about the subject together. We are discussing what are our favorite parts of world building in fiction.
Okay.
It's going to be positive and joyful. Well, yeah, let me start with asking you then. What's your favorite part of world building? Because I know you're working on your own project as well.
Probably creating the characters. Just setting them up and how they react to the world around them. So kind of like the story I'm working on, like one of the things I imagined was like, how would like, because in my characters is a group of, adventurers, kind of akin to like, say the characters from Inuyasha, how would they react in a world of like Berserk? And just and see how that they would go through something like that. But
I know plenty about Inuyasha, but I don't know anything about Berserk. So I only know what Renie has told me, and it sounds like maybe I don't want those to mix. That sounds traumatic and bad.
Yeah, I don't think Inuyasha and Berserk would do well with each other. Though I didn't think you would like Berserk Alley. Seems like your kind of thing.
I've told you I will back Berserk, just as everyone should.
Yes, back Berserk, everybody.
Yeah. If you didn't like Ren and Stimpy, I don't know if you're gonna like Berserk.
No, I was a kid. I've never watched it. I was a kid and I wasn't allowed to, and then I just never felt like it. My kid watched one thing from it and like freaked out. She was not pleased.
Yeah,
you're talking about your kid, right?
Yeah, a lot of gross and potty like humor and stuff like that in there. So
yeah, I wouldn't like that stuff.
But
The
I do love
animation was like famous for being like really like sometimes, not all the time, there would be a part where like say they would get really thirsty and like they would start looking like they dried up and became this like wrinkled, disgusting prune, like filled with like
yeah.
insects and goo. Like that was the thing.
Well, probably the grossest episode was when Stimpy lost his teeth, and
that shit would have given me nightmares. I totally understand.
Yeah, it's
now.
really bad because they pulled all his teeth out, and the only thing was left was like the nerve endings, and his breath.
Oh, ew! Yeah, I would have
Yeah.
hated that. Who thought that was appropriate for kids?
I don't know. I was laughing
it probably like zoomed in on them and like showed the pain and stuff. Like that was what it was known for.
Yeah, my wife and I.
One time I pretended that I was asleep. Like I watched I think Are You Afraid of the Dark or something was on before that. And I pretended I fell asleep on the couch. That was my like brilliant plan to be able to watch it.
Amazing.
And like I watched some of it like this, you know, like under my arm on the couch. It didn't last very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these boys watched it as a kid, and you wonder why you're the way you are today.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would not have liked it.
Yeah.
I didn't even like how, you know, in Anastasia, like I was so picky about my animation. I liked stuff like gargoyles and mummies alive, but I also wanted everything to be pretty. So basically I haven't changed at all. And yeah.
Yeah, Gargoyles was great.
Things. Yeah, Gargoyles
was great.
I love Gargoyles.
You know what's stupid? One of the creators came out and was like, Goliath was gay.
What?
And it's like, how? Wasn't he like fucking Demona and then like in love with the like human inspector chick, detective?
What was her
name was? I forget. But they're like,
no, he was gay. Or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Elisa Maza? Yeah.
Yeah, Eliza something.
Eliza Maza.
Yeah, Marami's right. He had a daughter. Yeah, that's right.
Had a daughter.
Guys, if I ever bastardize my own work just to chase social clout, and at any point in my life, all my fans are allowed to collectively slap me. Please never let me do that.
Well, we're gonna make sure you don't.
I'm pretty sure I won't, but it's like, you know, I'm all for like, well, the author has final say, but if you betray your own work, I think if you create something, then you owe it to the fans and you owe it to yourself. Like the work comes first, not you. So it's just so pathetic when creators,
what?
Yeah, like Neil Gaiman did as well, betray their own work and just go back and say, well, no, this character actually was something else, even if it defies logic, just to change social trends. Like, or even go ahead and create new characters that are gay or some shit, but just going back and saying, no, I created something, but it actually was different because I chased this social trend in the 90s before it was cool. God, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I think they paid him a lot of money to say that stuff and change it. So
I mean, there's no amount of money that you could pay me for that. For them to be like, Ali, say Egg Beater's gay. I'd be like, how?
I can't think of any reason why he would do that.
He sees his Renie better not my cousin guy. And sure, he's straight as shit. But the whole story.
Granda is saying,
there's no question.
Granda's saying, what did Gaiman did do? It's a long story, but basically he encouraged them to change a bunch of stuff and make the Sandman TV show really bad, and then like freaked out on Twitter about it.
It changed one of his iconic characters.
Yeah, that's the shortest. Well, he changed a few. That's the shortest possible explanation that I can give.
Yeah, it was, and you were one of his biggest fans, and he was a dick to you. Because you basically were like, hey, yeah, look, Ellie has his signature tattooed on her. And when she disagreed with him over something, he was a dick to her. Don't be like that.
His like weird newbie fans, like his woke fans on me. And then not on purpose, but he shared one of my things, which was what that does when big creators do that is they're saying, hey, go after them, but they without saying it, you know?
Yeah.
And then I actually, amazingly, I didn't get a lot of responses from crazy people, which I thought was funny. Like, it didn't work at all. And then, and he called me, excuse me, he called me a racist.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So.
don't do that. Holy hand grenades is bullshit. Everyone has a price. Nope. So fun fact, before I launched Fiendish, I got an offer from a publisher for a decent amount of money. It was like the only, like, got turned out by several publishers, but one small publisher, which I don't think is around anymore, was like, hey, but I turned it down because I want to have creative control. So, yeah, some things are worth more than money. I'm in this for something more.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What is this? Someone said, are those the fifth element stone symbols? Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Oh, wow.
And
That
holy hand
dedication.
grenades, it's not really someone's name tattooed on me. It's like a signature. And I plan to have the signatures of a lot of my favorite writers all down my arm anyway. I'm just looking at the Neil Gaiman one as like, it's Neil Gaiman pre-2010. That's how I'm living.
All of your favorite writers?
Yeah.
Where's Rainey's going?
That's fine. Well, oh, come on.
He's not a
Come
writer.
on. I'm not a writer. Hell, I have a ghost in a shell tattoo. I need I don't nearly have enough anime tattoos, but also I don't want to be covered.
Okay.
Yeah, John says never sell your IP rights. Yeah, some of us actually don't have a price. My price is full total creative control, last word on everything. That's
There you
it.
go.
That's my price. So
Exactly.
if you're willing to do that, then cool. But I don't think there's anyone who'd be willing to do that. Because it's like,
Yep.
I want 100% approval on literally everything. I think probably if Tolkien was alive, he would do the same.
I want what they have in Japan, basically. That's how I always wanted to create, because I think that's how it works. And over there, it's the creators have total creative control. I mean, the editors have a lot of say as well, but the creators, it is your thing, right? And I hate it when you start viewing your work as a franchise instead of this is a story. It's yeah, I don't like that. Somebody asked, do we have any new stretch goals? Yes, we do. So we just hit 34K today. If you didn't see those numbers, awesome, thank you. Our next stretch was 35, which we're not that far from, and that stretch goal I changed it from before. It's give the artist a bonus, so you guys want to give Michael a raise? You want to give Michael a raise? Everybody, back the book. I figured that's fair. I've been wanting to do that. Michael did a great job, so the campaign is doing so well. If we hit 35K, I'll draw Michael a nice bonus, and if we hit 38K, which is the deadline for that is tomorrow, because the campaign ends at midnight Pacific tomorrow. That next stretch will be a second trading card. But yeah, we're close to 35, so let's keep going.
Well, thank you so
Alex
much.
Verb has the link in the chat.
I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, really quick though. On my end, looks like my camera froze. Does it look like that way too? I got this goofy ass smile.
Yes.
It's not goofy, but your camera did freeze. Yeah.
All right,
You look like you look like it's small.
Well, that's me reacting to the 35 stretch goal. That's what that is.
Well, that's good. You're so happy.
Yeah.
It's fine.
All right, here we go. This will have to work for now.
Well, they were saying you froze, but it looks perfect. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
You're making this face. It's great.
Yeah, with my busted up glasses. So.
Oh, you're fine.
Nobody can tell.
Yeah, we won't. We can't see.
Oh,
yeah.
Granda is saying most of his characters are women, white redheads with freckles. So when someone adapts them to TV or movies, they'll be portrayed as black lesbians. In Avatar, in the live action, they made like two of this couple that's like a famous couple in the Avatar world. They made them lesbians now. Like in this kids show, they're lesbians, and you'd almost miss it, but they say like she and her when they're telling the story. They're lesbians now.
Is this the new Avatar on Netflix?
Yeah.
Is it Young Chun? Is it
Oma and Shu?
Oh,
Oma. What?
Oh God, they're ruining it.
But that's like from Asian lore. It doesn't make. Oh my God.
They made them both women.
Why? Well, I know why, but Jesus Christ. Yeah.
But like you would almost miss it if you weren't like paying attention. But during the little telling of it, they only say her and she and hers like throughout the whole thing, and it's obviously both of them. And like I thought that I'd misheard, so we watched it like over again, and I was like, holy crap, they're dykes.
No. Oh God.
I don't.
And I love the animated show.
Well, if you don't like it, they'll just tell you that you don't like lesbians or some shit instead of being honest that you shouldn't change story points and change characters.
Well, that's that's what I find annoying is changing established characters and stuff like that.
I just uploaded videos. I've been trying to make more clips from streams, so hopefully that helps the channel. But yeah, we're talking about it on Drawstream a couple weeks ago. The problem isn't that suddenly everybody became a bigot after 2020 and the Americans just hate seeing women or gay people on screen. It's that you're changing established characters. That's the only issue. If it's new characters, nobody really cares.
Yeah.
Silly. Yep.
Well, the first episode was actually pretty good. But then they do the bait and switch like really bad at episode 3.
Oh, the Netflix avatars. That is such a pity because there's a disastrous movie adaptation already. And I mean, just wouldn't let anyone adapt anything now. Our culture has descended into crazy land. And even if something is just not bad, we're at the point where if it's not bad, then it's like amazing because everything else is so terrible. And everything that's being created from generally, there's very little original stuff is what I'm saying. It's all adaptations and sequels, and it's all done badly. And it's just absolutely nuts. Why would you let anyone do an adaptation of your work if you have any self-respect as a creator right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well.
Dark Gift. Thank you very much for $5. Featured Fiendish 2.5 in a long overdue return of CJ News the other day. Hit me up if you have a project signed up, want to be featured in the future. Awesome. Thank you so much, Dark Gift. I appreciate it.
Yay.
Mucho gracias. Yep.
Yes. It's true. They are like a reverse Midas. Yeah. It's like if King Midas, instead of gold, it was like mold.
Mold. Yeah.
So Hojo here said the history. I'm guessing that means like creating the history of your culture and stuff, probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it means like his personal history in it or something. Catalytic Comics said, working out the design aesthetic. When I did the ashcan for my comic, this was an edit we did before coloring when we decided to build a city themed on tall towers reminiscent of Jacob Briggs. So much fun and many more designs to come.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Oh,
so I guess it's like a before and after. They changed it, I think.
Or it looks like that's a countryside or city. Oh, yeah, that is a before after on the same page. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, this was an edit we did before coloring.
Cool.
Yeah.
Granda said he just worked on a comic with someone using modern pronouns. Well, if it's fantasy, then it's even worse. It's just, I mean, this is how, honestly, it's become to the point where it's a social fad and it's going to be looked back on, well, as almost a religion. This is a modern religion. So
Well,
it's not, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. It's, some people treat it like a religion and they want to force it on everything. And it's just not good for art. Like, they're preaching before actually making good art.
well, look how bad it's gotten in like Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering. They're changing everything so it's more modern.
Oh, are you talking about Black Aragorn? Because blah.
That they don't want to use the term races.
So stupid.
Well, again with that, what's that new AI that's like horribly racist?
The
Yeah.
Gemini thing.
The Gemini?
Yeah,
It's
Google
like, okay,
Gemini. I
just
believe.
that we've been building up to that AI. This is not shocking. It's like everyone's so shocked, but we all have been seeing it coming, and they've been just slowly. We're like frogs in a pot boiling until we're getting to the point where we can just be openly racist and just, you know, gingers don't exist and everything is race swapped. But if you protest, then they're gonna turn it back on you and say you're the bigot. When it's so silly. It's so silly. Don't change established characters or history.
Simply Green said it told him Hitler wasn't wrong.
Yeah. No, it's Longbox. Hello. Yeah, I'm getting distracted.
Yep.
I apologize. I have a lot of thoughts.
Dave Brink, creator of Perfect 10, whose voice that he was kind enough to let me do, by the way, everyone, Perfect 10. Said, surprising myself. When you world build, have you surprised yourself? Because I have to say that sentiment is usually quite foreign to me. When people are like, oh my gosh, my character did something that surprised me. Like, I'm trying to make my character do this, but they just won't. I'm like, no, I am God, and they do as I command. I will make it so. So that never shocks me.
But you said that you dream your writing sometimes, though. But you say that's your character surprising you?
No.
Okay.
It's never surprising. It's just that's what needs to happen, of course.
Interesting. I would say I do have that experience of it feels like it's not that I'm not putting effort in and it's just inspiration comes out of nowhere and the work happens. It's not like that, but it's more it's that feeling when I've been hammering away trying to figure out a character arc or trying to solve a problem, and when the answer does come and everything falls together, it feels like the characters and the world is telling me what to do, even though I'm sure those breakthroughs come from me putting in the effort and figuring out the puzzle beforehand, right? So I do get that feeling sometimes.
And for like one of my characters in my story, back to surprising myself is like the main antagonist is, so the way I'm writing him, it surprised me how far he would go to. He believes what he's doing is right, but it's actually the opposite. He's harming the world. And the more I try to write and develop his character, it was surprising me is like how far he would actually go to what he believes he's doing for the greater good is actually destroying everything. So without giving away too much detail on where my story's going. So I can see that in terms of surprising myself.
Yeah, sometimes it does feel like that. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's designed, but once in a while I'll have a setup and the story almost just happens, and those moments are pretty cool.
Yeah.
There are natural outcomes to situations. That's true, but what I find, it takes a lot of thought and basically attacking a situation from all viewpoints to figure out how it would play out. And sometimes there's a lot of research. Sometimes there's a lot of understanding all the possibilities of the characters' viewpoints. And especially when there's multiple characters involved, you have to think about, well, how would each person react and to the situation, how those reactions would affect other people, and this whole complex puzzle that you have to try and piece together. So, yeah, that's what I encounter a lot.
Yeah, and I like Michael Bancroft's comment there. My favorite part is sharing the world with others and hearing that they enjoy it. It's like reading Fiendish 2. Yomi surprised me. I did not know I was going to like her as much as I did. You know?
Yeah, Yomi surprised me as well. Her Ali is like seething. She's like, y'all, we're crazy.
Why am I seething? What are you talking about?
I'm kidding. What's
well, keep talking
about
that so I can go seethe alone with my dog.
Okay,
all
right.
I guess, because he wants out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No problem. Jolly Green says swoon Yomi. Yeah, so Yomi kind of just happened. In Fiendish 1, I had I had everything in the story roughly blocked out from the beginning, right? But the details of how things happen, here's a little secret. Between 1 and 2, I reworked everything. Because I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm like, this isn't good enough. And now that I got this weird sense that now the first book is out, now it's real. And it's like writing out a story on paper is all fine, and I can have the plot points all make sense. But then the characters, once they're on paper, I have to make them real people. And I just had this like total freak out because it's like viewing it from 1,000 meters, but then now that it's on paper and I have to write the characters, and I want chapter 2. I really wanted chapter 2. I want every book to be better than the last. I really want to try to aim for that. I never want to stop improving. And I knew that, well, and I listened to the feedback on chapter 1 after it came out, where people were saying they wanted more character development, which I was surprised by, because from my research before I launched chapter 1, I was hearing everybody wanted more action, and they wanted, and they wanted, I didn't, because I'm all like world building, and I had I have all the character arcs roughed out and everything, and I do like writing characters, but most of my thing is like deep world building. But because I kept hearing we want action and we want like several other things in our comics, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make chapter 1 a huge action scene, and I'm not going to get too into the world building because I was scared. I was thinking people would be intimidated by the world building. They'll be like, this is just too complicated. You're like lecturing us about a fantasy world. And I didn't feel like I should get that much into the characters, but it surprised me, but pleasantly. And because the fans are awesome, and everybody was like, we want the world building, we want the characters. So I was like, now I have to work extra hard. And Yomi kind of happened. I always knew she was going, she was a slave girl. She had this arc, but the details of how it happened weren't there yet. And she started just telling me what she was going to say when I started thumbing out chapter 2.
Basically, the character is writing herself about, just about.
Yeah, and like, she's awesome.
Oh yeah, she's
to me, like where she's going to go. I'm not going to say anything, but
all right. So me being so observant, like reading chapter 1, and I'm surprised there's a lot of things in chapter 1 that nobody's talking about, and then reading chapter 2 and how well the characters played out in chapter 2. I'm so excited to read 3, and you keep saying you want to make the next chapter better than the previous one, so I just can't wait. Even when you show like quick little glimpses of your thumbnails or something, I'm sitting there freeze framing and dissecting it. Just
oh my gosh! Oh no, Michael's watching me. Well, yeah. So, well, I've shown you a little because you're part of the team now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited too.
Yeah. So I am so excited for one particular character, because I'm like, there's this one character that she's not like the rest. I'm like, no one sees this. I have to talk about it, but I'm going to keep mum's the word for now. You know,
I'm glad that there are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad there are readers like you paying
Yeah.
attention. And that's what I wanted to get to in chapter 3. That's why I was going to make it 100 pages, but I guess we're going to have to wait till book 4.
Yeah.
But
I'm
you're going to get a lot
actually
of stuff in 3.
yeah, I'm actually happy that you're doing it in 2 parts, at least for now.
Really.
Especially when Jake was saying that it can totally end at a certain moment, then you could continue with the next with another chapter. I just no, and don't get me wrong, a huge 100-page book will be awesome, and because I want more, like right now, but I don't know. I just feel like 2 chapters would be like the right thing to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to cover. I'm still in doubt a little bit, and I'm getting feedback from the rest of my team, but Jake said there's a good cutoff point, and so I'm going to hear what everyone else and what my editor says and then move forward.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not doing 100. It's not 100 pages. It would have been 100+ pages.
Oh, wow.
Book is probably a good idea because it's people who want all that material in one chunk, you would still get it in the same time frame. Like, I'm not going to be able to draw any faster than I already am.
Yeah.
I'm just going to draw the first 60 pages, put it out, and then draw the next 60 pages. But what I'm doing is I'm planning it all at once. So I'm hoping to make it back to back. So like right away, because it's supposed to be a back-to-back story, and I'm not going to do a 0.5 in between those 2 books.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's the plan.
I also think you doing it this way, it's a good drip feed of keeping Fiendish content available throughout the year. So then you'll have this first, like chapter 3, then chapter 4 a little bit right after, then maybe another 0.5. So it's just within several months of each other. There's always something, Fiendish coming out. So
yeah, I'm someone Jolly Green asked, when do you think it'll launch book 3? I should be ready to launch it towards the end of the year, but for various reasons, I think the beginning of the year might be a better idea. So I'll see how things feel, because as everyone knows, shit's crazy, and it's just gonna get crazier this year, and the economy and a bunch of other things. So I'm gonna wait and see, but I anticipate being ready to launch like around fall, because I've got plans. I've been mapping out my work for the whole year. But yeah, I'm hoping 3 and 4 will be back to back. Who Dat Nation, new to your work, I ordered the catch-up pack. Thank you so much. Is there a way to receive the original covers for the first and second book? If you're talking about the campaign covers, no. My campaign covers are campaign exclusive. So if you look at this campaign that I have pulled up, this cover, which is the main cover, this is only on this campaign. So if you guys want to get this, you can only get it until tomorrow night. So you have to order it now. It's my way of rewarding people who back the crowdfunders, and you can still get the books with new covers after the campaign. So the way it works is on whatever book is being launched on a campaign, that cover is new, right? So for example, chapter 1 and 2, you see this catch-up here, this mini catch-up. That's chapter 2's cover, and here's chapter 1 and 2 on the left-hand side. Those 2 covers are the permanent covers that I'll print it. I'll do another print run after the campaigns, and then those are the permanent covers, but never the first covers or campaign covers again. So
yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me that the permanent cover for number 2 is their absolute favorite.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they're ordering just another issue of 2 just to get the cover. So.
That makes me so happy. That's so great. Here, what's really awesome as a creator is when you bash your head against a wall to make something better and push yourself further, and it's worth it. And that was the chapter 2 cover and Yomi, because the chapter 2 cover was going to be 5 other things, but then my colorist, who is my biggest critic, and I'm grateful for it, was like, none of these are good enough. Like, it's not enough story in it. It needs to have more impact. And I'm like, God damn it! You're setting such high standards. And I'm like, oh, it's so obvious. The burning hand, the thing that happens in the book. Oh, and then it just, yeah. So it's worth it. This is why putting in effort is worth it. Yeah. All right, let's go back.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Abby.
I'm back. Hi.
Yay, Allie's back.
I am. TC says impact.
I'm traumatized.
You said it.
Well, Sith Lord.
Snarkcon's like spot gloss.
Oh God! Everyone's just trying to re-traumatize me now. Whoa.
More Renie. All right. Okay. Cam said, the sense of discovery a reader/viewer gets from exploring a world. Tolkien is the primary example for him, but in almost everything, the setting, world building is what draws him in and holds his attention. So I think that's him saying that that's his favorite as a reader.
Okay.
Like, I guess feeling like you're finding something new, which I understand. The only thing that bothers me about that is if sometimes when writers are not very good at it, it just goes too slow. Like they reveal their world way too slowly. You have to really focus on pacing, and I think a lot of modern fantasy artists aren't very good at pacing.
Yeah,
aren't or not
are not.
That's
either they do everything too fast because and it's just like exposition, or they do it really, really slow because they all think that they can be Tolkien and like over explain everything, and especially when it's stuff like clothing. I freaking hate like just long explanations of clothing. It drives me bonkers. This isn't like an important piece of literature or anything, but the Descendants novels from Disney are the literal worst at that ever. Like Hunger Games has it a little bit, but it actually like it's all pretty short and it all fits in with the story. She's like being presented, and so she has to say like, oh, you know, this I had to wear this dress, like blah blah blah. The Descendants novels will spend 2 pages. They'll just stop the plot and spend 2 pages just going, and she was wearing gloves that were made of red leather with jewels studded on them, and here's the kind of jewels they are, and then also some jeans that are this blah blah blah. And it's like, why are you doing this?
So they're going a little overboard with the description.
Yeah, it was insane. I was like, why?
Do you think it's a bit, I've noticed this phenomenon where it's just like in a lot of adaptations how they think that copying the surface level characteristics of something makes the work good, and they latch onto, and you know, we were complaining about Star Wars the other day, and that's a primary example, but just anything, like all the current adaptations, instead of the themes and even the lore and the characterization, which is what matters, they like to copy the surface level visuals. And in writing, in prose, that would be, well, the style. And they copy the style, or they think they are, but without any substance to it.
Right. Yeah. TC is asking, who is the Descendants written for? I'm actually not sure. And I'll tell you why. Because right in the middle of all this boring stuff about fashion and like weird rewriting, it's pretty woke. Like Descendants is basically just an allegory for the border, like for immigration. That's pretty much what it is. But right in the middle of it, it'll have something totally unexpected and weird where like the son of Captain Hook and the son of Gaston will kiss. And it's like, why?
Why
are these?
It's a Peter Pan thing.
Like,
So Descendants is about the children of Disney characters.
Oh, okay.
so
And some of the grandchildren, like the grandchildren of Sleeping Beauty, but they're all like race swapped and stuff. It's a Disney Channel thing, but they started doing it became a whole thing where like they had a clothing line and dolls and stuff. And then I'm checking out this book because somebody bought one for my kid because she was getting into Descendants at the time because one of the characters has her name. Mine came first, but one of the characters has her name. So I'm reading it, and right in the middle, it's just and the two boys kissed because they were happy, and it's like at the end of a chapter, and I was like, wait, what?
yeah,
That didn't happen in the movie. It was supposed to be a novelized version of the second movie. And I was just like, no, that didn't happen in the movie. 1 and 2, why? Like,
trying
why?
to sneak it in there.
Yeah, and then it's never addressed, and that's it. And I was just like, huh. It just felt normalizing, groomery.
Yeah.
Alex for straight guys kiss and cuddle, Ali, you bigot. Yeah, I've seen articles like on BuzzFeed and stuff that are like straight heterosexual men love to cuddle with each other, and it's like, what? Who told you that? I don't see that happening.
I promise you, we don't do that.
Make sense.
Yeah, I've only seen like weird,
no.
like weird bisexual hippie like communists do that. Like that's not a thing. And yes, Solo, apparently in this universe they have children. And it's stupid. Maybe they did cut it out of the movie, Richard, but the thing is there's no even like
lore basis for it, you mean?
There's no lore basis for it, but like in the movie there's no like lingering look, or I don't know, fighting with each other or not fighting, like fighting next to each other. Like they're all just the sons. Yeah, well, they're all just the sons of villains, and the children of the villains and the children of the heroes. And it's like they're learning how to I don't know, live in a world where Beast, who was elected king of all of the USA, the United States of, what is it? It's like Anarthia or something. It's literally USA. He was elected king, and he took all the villains and banished them to this like disgusting island that like no one can reach because it's protected by magic and nobody can leave, and it's like a shithole. And everyone lives in like ramshackle houses, and all of the villain parents like abuse their children.
Oh
like,
Lord,
it's insane. And the son of the Beast is like, I think we should start bringing over some of the villain kids because they're innocent. And they're like, okay, we'll start bringing them over slowly. And like, it's so obvious what the allegory is. But like, they do it weird where it's like one of them is obsessed with fashion. So she just makes fashion stuff all the time. And they're very vapid. And yeah, it's and oh yeah, and Aviator's right. The children of the villains are mostly virtuous, and the children of the heroes are mostly entitled assholes.
Well, it's very telling that all these movies like Maleficent or Cruella, the creatives, in huge quotes, in these running these franchises all identify with the villains, basically. Strange, and they're on a huge quest, it seems, to make the villains more sympathetic, which is kind of strange. I mean, I understand villains that are understandable, but they're not doing it in a way that's just making the villains understandable.
Yeah, even Joker was like that. Joker was just done really well.
Like, we really like
Yeah.
Joker. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
understandable, but that was a well done, sympathetic villain. You could still understand how he got there without agreeing with him. And I think you
Yeah,
can tell
like
that. I think
at the end of it, I felt pity for him, but also like really hated him. It was kind of like Smeagol.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a well done sympathetic villain. And I'm not against sympathetic villains or slash antagonists, but it has to be done well. And I think you can sort of tell if the person creating it and telling the story actually is trying to get across that, well, this is the character's point of view, but the story is clearly not agreeing with the character's point of view. We're just presenting to you how the character got to this villainous state in a realistic and believable way, which I think is good. But when it gets to the point where the creators clearly think that villain didn't do nothing wrong, like if somebody did an adaptation of Berserk and was like, Griffith didn't do nothing wrong, it would be like that level.
Oh,
Like they were
God.
actually serious about it. Yeah, that's what I feel like they're doing with a lot of these Disney villains now. And I'm like, you're a bad person if you think that.
Oh,
You're
my
crazy.
God. Yeah, Griffith
Jake
did
C.
nothing wrong.
Wolf is saying some Final Fantasy does that well with Echo, that it lets you see how the baddies ended up as who they did while not trying to redeem them out of spite. Yeah, I could see that being kind of interesting, but honestly, I don't really want a villain's backstory at all usually. Like, I was okay not knowing why Scar had a scar or was named Scar or looks weird. Like, I was okay with that. And then they decided to make like all these sequels and give him a backstory that made him like
Are you talking
sad.
about from the Lion Guard?
Lion King, yeah.
Yeah,
Lion
Lion
Guard,
King,
yeah.
The Lion Guard, yeah.
The Lion Guard sequels, and even a little bit the two Lion King sequels, because there's Lion King 1.5, and then there's Lion King 2, and then there's the Lion Guard series. And it's like,
and I'm wondering how they're gonna make that work with the new Mufasa movie coming out. Like, are we going to see Scar as part of the Lion Guard?
I think the new Mufasa movie is not from the animated. I think it's from the CGI one.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll be related at all. They probably won't mention the Lion Guard at all.
Okay.
It'll probably just be Mufasa like misunderstanding something that his retarded brother Scar does or something. Like, and they'll be like, they'll say Scar is like autistic so that people are like, oh no, he's the autistic one. We have to feel bad for him. Like, that's probably what it'll do.
They'll make us sympathetic towards Scar, and Mufasa's the bad guy.
Well, and that was one of the worst parts about the CGI Lion King was I was like, if they do Scar's song, that's going to be their wet dream because they literally modeled it after the Nazis. Like that song.
Yes.
And it looks scary. It's scary. It's not good. And then they didn't even give him a song really. Like he just says rah, 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 and then all the hyenas go, be prepared. And then it's over. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
I was confused. I was mad.
Yeah. I didn't care for the CGI one at all.
Yeah, Kirby, nobody's holding out hope for Disney. It's just like, this is what we're talking about, is sympathetic lions. And they'll probably make him trans too or something.
Oh god.
He'll be like the trans lion and nobody like understood him or would use his pronouns. Like? So like he tried to fix himself by giving himself a scar. Like he's emo and he cuts himself now, and that's why his name is Scar.
Scar, yeah.
I didn't watch any Disney sequels, except I guess the Star Wars movies. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't. I watched.
Yeah, be glad you didn't.
Well, a couple of the sequels are actually fine. Rescuers Down Under is an excellent sequel. Well, it's actually so good most people don't even know that it's a sequel.
That's back when classic Disney was like really great, you know? So
Scar got top surgery. Yeah, they'll have him like he'll have been a woman and they'll have like like some bird or something cut off like his
If they
stuff.
do that, that would
what
be
are they called on lions? Are they just called also nipples?
memories.
They'll have them cut off.
The memories. That wouldn't make any sense though, because he's clearly a male lion. Like that doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not gonna make him present as that male if he just that. But
But
if
that's
they do
why
that,
he
that would be
looks.
comical.
That's why he looks skinny and is all scarred up.
Oh my God. Well, what I can see happening
trans.
is they made what I could see happening is, well, because Mufasa is like, oh, he's like they're gonna make Mufasa the privileged one, like the golden child had everything handed to him because he's like, oh, he's the prettier one and he's more regal, so everybody likes him. And then poor Scar, he was just the one that was bullied because he's skinny and he's all weird, but he's actually sympathetic and he's justified in killing his brother later on because he was bullied. That's what they're gonna do. I can see that 100%.
Jason, I gotta return some videotapes, right?
Well, I've got news for you, Jason. Somebody asked me, do I have to be careful reading modern comics? I don't really read modern comics. I'm going back and reading old stuff. In fact, I'm reading more books. I've been reading Dracula. I'm loving it. I never
really. Dracula is probably my favorite book of all time.
Really? I am loving it. Oh, it's so refreshing. Oh my God.
No, wait. Excuse me. I thought you said Frankenstein. Dracula sucks.
Oh, okay. Well, I like it.
You don't like Bram Stoker's?
No, it's one of the most boring books. It's one of the most boring books I've ever read in my life.
Oh my God.
No, I like it. I like it. It's so nice. The like the old timiness is great.
Have you read Frankenstein?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
It's Frankenstein.
I've read
better.
I'm sorry.
That's on my list next.
Ali Zero Chill Sanguis. That's right. That's why I'm a Velociraptor.
Yeah. Well, I have zero chills. I like Dracula. It's been great so far. I like the whole
boring. It's so boring, dude.
It's a decent read, Ali.
It's not.
Well, you're also bored by Lord of the Rings, so I think that's just not your type of.
When have I been bored by Lord of the Rings?
I thought you said it was boring.
No.
Well, I apologize.
Who else have you been talking to, Renie?
It was probably Rob.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Rob hates Lord of the Rings.
Well, I love Lord of the Rings. They're right there. I can reach over and pull off my Lord of the Rings.
Second alley.
Right there.
Second alley has been deceiving me.
I still have the bookmark that I got when I was in high school and the Two Towers came out.
Oh my God,
my Gimli Legolas bookmark that they gave out at school. And it's marked into an appendices. That's how much I love it. About the vowels.
We can be friends again now.
In languages such as
that you like.
About how to pronounce the vowels
like
in freaking Elvish. Okay?
We can be friends again. Even though apparently I like Dracula and you don't. I think I'm just enjoying. No, I'm enjoying the older prose and the it might be that the old timiness is just so charming, and I'm so tired of reading modern stuff. I like being back in the 19th century, and things are just so different. And
Dracula's problem is that it just goes on and on. All these people writing letters to each other. And I find that just so tedious. Where it's like, oh, hello, Jonathan. I miss you so very much. Myself and my maiden friends have gone shopping today. Oh, did I mention I miss you so? Like, freaking, like, why? Why?
Yeah, those parts
and then Jonathan's like, Oh, darling, I miss you as well. I drove by some property. The trees are lovely here. It's like, oh, freaking, like, why?
It's real. Well, imagine reading someone's actual letters to their friends back in those days, and it is a little overly sentimental. Everyone is so sentimental and emotional all the time, but to me, that's just realistic. And when they're talking about the fucking trees and all this stuff and going on describing the locations, I do just skim past it. But I take it as that's the
You're not even reading it.
They put.
So you like it then? You're not even reading it.
I do like it because
boring. Rainey said it's boring. She confirmed
I don't
it's boring. In your face.
I don't care. No, I don't care because I take it as the writer is exploring being realistic about the world. This is how someone would write a letter to a friend. So it's immersion and yeah, I'm enjoying it.
So
okay.
Try Frankenstein.
I'm not allowed to like something that Ali doesn't like, guys.
Yeah.
I have always held true that other people can like different things, but I'm not allowed to.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh my god.
No.
Okay.
So when you do Frankenstein, okay.
Yes.
What I want you to notice is that there are letters in Frankenstein as well. But there are also descriptions of the countryside around him. Okay? And look at how those work, like the letters and the descriptions work in Frankenstein. You don't want to skip a single word. It's like a delicious steak. You know, you literally cannot skip a single word of Frankenstein. It's beautiful. Every second. Every word, every line. It's even better if you realize that it's a super like anti-feminist book. So
I feel like it's being mistaken that I've said Dracula is the best thing I've ever read or something. I'm just saying I enjoyed it. I'm sure Frankenstein is better. Can we settle that?
I mean, sure.
Okay. All right. Ali's over it.
But
is a really good read.
If we're talking about classics, right? Frankenstein is probably the greatest book ever written, but Dorian Gray, The Portrait of Dorian Gray, is written by probably the greatest writer of all time. Like Oscar Wilde, in my opinion, is at least of the modern day, is one of, if not the best writer of all time.
Yeah,
I'd read Oscar Wilde as well.
Yeah, I have very little free time, but I'm going back and reading more classics and old books because I feel like that will help me as a writer. So I've just got a long list of old literature that I'm going to catch up on. I'm looking forward to it.
Alex, God, could you imagine if Ali and Jake both jumped on Renie over opinion? I'm sure she can handle herself. She hung out with both of us for a whole day. And it was fine.
Well, you know, there's a reason that I took you guys to a kava.
You drugged us because you knew.
So you couldn't jump on me and annoy me with your telling me that we arguing over opinions because you were asleep because I took you to a kava bar. I gotcha. Now she's getting her revenge on me. I see what's happening.
You got me. In the car, you should have said, "Gotcha, bitch," but I fell asleep again.
Ali, it's so adorable. The minute we start driving anywhere, Ali is just like she's one of those people who just sleeps anytime we're in the car.
I try not to because I like hanging out with you and I feel bad. But it's like, it just rocks me to sleep.
It's so funny.
But, I mean, fortunately, I'm so afraid for my life in the car with you that I'm, like, on edge.
Oh, God.
You still fell asleep, okay? So you couldn't have been that afraid.
I wasn't afraid. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm a terrible
I'm playing
driver.
into the joke, remember? You're not a terrible driver.
No, okay.
Should have left Jake behind. No way. Jake was funny.
Yeah, we'll
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are also great, says Richard.
Hudson.
And it is short. It was surprisingly short, but it was fine.
No, I don't have that on my list. I can add
Sola
that.
says I'm racist. Rainey, am I racist?
How are you racist?
Am I being
You're
racist
not.
against your Asianness?
What? No.
What?
I make jokes about that.
Yeah, I'm
There,
half
Solo.
Asian too, so I make jokes too.
In your face. I have
Hey,
do I have a CH word pass? Or is there a different word?
In real life, but we're on YouTube. I don't want my channel struck.
Yeah, YouTube we don't know, but
That's why I
I've
didn't
been-
say it. But you
I've been
know what I
called- yeah.
mean.
I've been called pretty much everything in the book. So
Yeah, I've
I
been called that in
know.
earnest too.
Hey.
And I'm like, listen, it matters if it's in earnest and we're joking around as friends.
Yeah.
Hi, Narwhal.
I don't think it's even a word I've ever said.
Again.
But
Yeah. so I usually
speaking of
joke.
boring, Narwhal's here.
Yeah.
No!
do I look like a Muslim woman? I don't know how. I feel like I look like a Muslim.
No, you
No, I
don't.
look
You look
like-
like you. You
Okay,
look like
yeah.
you. You're always wrapped up like you're in a blizzard. And now you really
You
look like you're in a
look-
blizzard
You
because your
look like
background is all white.
a trans Muslim woman because you have an obvious beard.
Oh dear. You're in purgatory again. Snarky wants to know, has your cat relieved itself?
Yeah, my dad said that he had a big diarrhea poop today, which is exactly what we
God.
want.
Oh
Because
Lord.
maybe not full
So
diarrhea, but like a
bad.
little wet one. Because we had to give him some Miralax because he didn't like the cat drugs. So you can give him human drugs, but you just give him way less, like an eighth of a teaspoon is what you give him, and that'll help him.
Well, listen, during Creative Block yesterday, we were having a riveting discussion about Narwhal's cat. So, all right,
Yeah.
now that
We
care
were all
about
held
the
in
cat-
suspense because you just don't
Yeah.
know if when the cat's going to relieve itself.
and now the
that's
impact of the
Gross.
story
Thanks,
has paid
Narwhal.
off.
Thanks for the image. I really needed that today.
Yeah, we can move
You're
on
a
now.
cat lover, aren't you?
I was until just now.
You smarter there, Narwhal.
I'm not a cat
Oh,
lover the same way Rainey's people are.
What? Oh my gosh. Hey, listen, those are the Japanese. I don't claim them. They're weird. Even Asians and Japanese people are weird. They're crazy.
I thought would Japanese eat cats too?
No! I thought you were talking about like hentai cat
Oh
people.
my God.
My mind went in a totally different direction.
Rainey's thinking about cat fucking now.
Well, you said cat
The cat
loving
people.
cats. I didn't think
Yeah,
about
I because they eat them.
I don't do that. No, Taiwanese people don't do that. That's not where I come from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How dare you? Yeah, I
Okay.
claim neither of these things. These are not my people.
Oh,
Yeah.
those are the Koreans. Okay, and
Yeah.
China. All right.
Yeah,
Clearly, neither
Well, I've
of
been
those.
trained to have a dirty mind. You see, it's being on YouTube. You can't help it.
All right. Let's go more.
Yeah,
We've
let's
done like
move on.
3.
It's fine.
Good
No, we're
Hero
talking
Bubba.
about. Oh, sorry. We're talking about what we like in world building. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, filling out key reference moments in the history of a world, things that shape the foundation of the entire community or continuity. Forgive me.
I like that. Yeah. That's
So-
cool.
Being detail oriented,
Basically,
making
Well, let's go around-
timelines.
I love that. Yes, I've made a ton of graphs and charts for my story, and I just realized I need to make another graph. I want to actually do a plot graph because I saw this crazy ass like plot graph Christopher Nolan
no.
drew out for Inception, and I'm like, I need to do that, and that might help me figure out the last couple things that I'm having issues with, like a visual map. But yeah, I agree with that. I just like being detail oriented in general, but
How
specifically
many
with
like
history.
charts and graphs and freaking timelines and stuff would you say you actually have about Fiendish? Like 47 or
I
more?
don't know. Well, are we?
Too many to count. Got it.
That's a complicated question because it does that include all the iterations I've done and all the different versions of the charts and the maps, and I do have like a world history document, and then because I have history, I have like tons of just Word files, just all broken down by subject. It's like, oh, world building, here are some poems that I tried writing but suck at it, realized I'm not a poet. And then there's like just world history. I have all my characters statted out and typed out with personality types, and then there's like, oh, all the different species and all their abilities, and then the magic systems, and then all the character arcs, and then what happened to the characters before the start of the story, and then histories of specific cities. It's a lot of stuff, guys. So yeah.
Alex Brooks says, "Oh yeah, but do you have a board with a bunch of notes and pictures pinned to it and strings linking them?" No, there are no strings linking my board.
Gotcha.
Wow. Yeah, for my story, I got like a sticky note graveyard full of like small notes here and there, just, you know, with my world building and stuff. So
Nice.
Some person says my walls and ceilings are covered with charts. No, my walls and ceilings have been very bare, and then people started telling me I decorate like a psycho, so I finally started putting art up.
Renie decorates like she wants things to be clean.
Yeah, because I do.
Because she's a little bit clean, that's all.
A little tismy, a little bit.
I
My
love how
work
Ali
room is the
assumed I was
messiest room.
talking about her. Well, yeah, obviously. Who else would you be talking about? You think Narwhal has a freaking chart on his wall?
We've all talked about your bulletin board.
Yeah, I've
The
shown it
pure
on the
white
screen before.
background. Narwhal
And
just keeps everything in his head. He doesn't need a bulletin board.
yeah, he showed us his room where everything's white, even the floors.
Dude,
What I need is a Sharpie. I'll scroll on the wall.
Wait, just to keep the place clean and tidy like American Psycho. It's actually not like American Psycho. She's shown me some pictures, and her house looks like very Renie. Like, you would look at that house and think, oh yeah, Renie lives there. Like, it's just very clean and cute, and like, it looks like she lives there. That's the best way to describe it.
I love my house. I spent so much time decorating it. Yeah, it's great. It's clean and it's nice.
It doesn't look like she spent much time decorating it, but I'm sure
I
she
did. No, I'm a little minimalistic, but it's nice.
Cleany Renie, says Snarkdacon.
Cleany Renie.
Listen, I grew up in a household where I would get yelled at for splashing water next to the sink. So I still think I'm messy because I grew up with like the cleanest, most obsessively clean mom.
Yep. Same.
Mine wasn't until recently. When I was growing up, I grew up in a meth house, so it was like, God. If I didn't clean, nobody would.
That's badass.
Yeah, Allie's toughened.
It's hardcore.
Sure.
Walls are bad. No, they're not. He does. I like the idea of your wall and floor are so white because they're meant to be written on, and as the months go by, we're just gonna start seeing more and more scrawls on the walls. It's gonna be like, was it Old Boy or was it some other movie where the walls just started being covered in writing?
It was Old Boy.
Yeah.
He starts counting his days, but also like writing everything obsessively, like recording everything. Yeah. So Narwhal's room just gonna slowly turn into a Old Boy. Oh no! Is this really your attic, or have you been taken hostage? Blink twice. We'll help you.
Yeah, this is not my house. Alex BRB says, have you figured out how to enter and leave endless attic's liminal space at will? Yeah, like there's like portals in this room if there ever was a like Silent Hill 4 where you're stuck in
Narwhal lives in the back rooms.
Yeah, like that's like where I'm streaming from that. You know what's actually a little bit funny is because the angle it's this cornered, whatever A-frame right near my head. So it like the audio is really echoey. Like it's really like
We couldn't tell.
yeah.
It's a
It
little
does. It sounds like
echoey.
an insane asylum.
Well, no, what you have to do is just buy some of those audio padding and just make it actually padded, and then you'll have a proper crazy person room, and the audio will be all better as well. And then you can start writing on the padding, and it'll be like, this is the perfect artist studio.
I'm more of a bubble boy than a padded wall type of guy. So I might just
you can go for that too.
I'll get a
Support
bubble.
that. Yeah. No one would do that. It's just be streaming from a mobile. Watch out.
So Larry King, Undead, said that he gets to do it all by himself without compromise.
Okay.
So that's cool. Yeah, like it is nice to be in charge of your own stuff, and I don't think there are very many writers who like work together with another writer. But when you do a comic and you're working together with an artist, I've found that it's actually really helpful to listen to your artist almost no matter what. Because there will be things sometimes that as a writer, you're like, hey, do this thing. But an artist will look at what you've given them and they'll say, okay, that won't work. Like visually, it will look bad if I try and do that. Like my artist who's doing the Rotting Crown portraits, I was like, I want him to look like this guy who's like this huge muscular guy, but I want him to be wearing this outfit. And the outfit was like on this really thin guy. And he was like, I'm going to do a version of that. But if I do what you gave me, it's going to look weird on your big muscular guy because it's tailored for this like twiggy guy. And it turned out really, really well, just letting him kind of do what he knew looked good. So if you're working with an artist, probably not the best to be like, without compromise. You're going to have things you have to compromise on. And it'll turn out better. Or like for Egg Beater, I wanted him to be using a little tiny hand cranked egg beater, but my artist was like, what if it's a really big, huge one from like a giant industrial sized mixer, and he like holds it underneath his arm like to crank it. And I was like, that's amazing. And it ends up looking really much cooler than him just going like. It was very scary. So yeah, listen. Sometimes compromise is good.
I would say it's not. I wouldn't say that even that's compromise. So that's getting feedback and working with your team, right? Because if someone brings up an idea to improve your original idea and builds on it in a way that you like, then that's perfect. So, but I do agree with that. Like bounce ideas find people that give good feedback and know what they're doing and work together. Your story will be better. Yeah.
Will Perdomo said not doing it anymore. So he likes to be done. Will's answer makes me feel things. Which I get a little. Like when I'm done writing a book, I'm done with it forever and I will never revisit it and it's over forever.
Really?
Are you okay with me saying what is set up for you and me?
If it's announced, because I don't know if it's announced.
He's okay with me saying it.
Okay,
I just don't know if you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Renie and I are actually going to be working with Will on a thing later on this year that's a supplemental for his book, Meathead.
Oh, cool.
So a Renie and Ali exclusive, never before seen us working together.
Like,
So a pillow fight? It might become a pillow fight. Who knows? We're totally crazy.
Yeah, that's the only way that women can work together.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, you guys. If that would
Well,
make,
what's
if
gonna
that's what makes you
happen?
feel better.
And Ali is gonna write it and just do an amazing job. I'm just here to draw because that's what's gonna happen. So.
Collab to end all collabs. Well, see,
But it's
that's
gonna be
the thing,
awesome.
though. If what I write, you read it and you're just like, okay, I like this and this and this, but this won't work, Ali, then I'll be like, cool, then just change it. Like, make it look like it'll work, because I trust Renie. So
that's how I like to work with writers too. I think, well, it depends on the story, but it's usually it's about visual storytelling. Like I'll have a lot of ideas about how to design things, and well, writers are. It depends. Like some people are good writer artists, but that's very rare, very very rare. Usually, the visual thinkers are the artists, and the story structure and characterization people are the writers. So working together is necessary for making comics because comics are both.
How soon will we be able to see this?
It'll be a while.
it'll probably be early next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
But maybe at the end of the year, because it hasn't even been written or worked on yet. Maybe at the end of the year when there's actually art, we'll show whatever Will lets us show. But it's going to be cool. It's a supplemental to Meathead, which is Will's book about a Vietnam veteran who was in a special program, gets activated, and doesn't get turned off. Very spooky.
Mm-hmm. It will be sequentials, obviously. A short sequential thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
And the thing about Will is I think he is a brilliant writer. And I don't say that about like anyone. I've read a lot of indie stuff. And for the most part, when I was reading like indie writers, I was like, wow, this is terrible. When I was doing beta reading for people, like that was never the feedback I gave, but usually it was like, oh God, why? He actually shocks me with his writing, and I'm very impressed with all of his work. So Dean says he's a brilliant writer. I can't talk about stuff that he's written yet, but he is a good writer as well. He is a very well thought out book.
Ali's like, yeah, all right.
That I can't talk about. Well, I can't talk about it. What am I going to say?
Hi, Dean.
Solo says, what has he written? Well, Will wrote Black Flag with Frega, but also he has like all these plays and stuff that I've read that are really great. So
cool.
Sign up for the Embrace 2. All right. MT High Desert Comics said, many have said history, and I agree. I also like building religious systems and adapting, evolving them as time goes by. Very specific, very interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, for Fiendish, I kind of just went with, oh, the gods are real. So the evolution comes from, well, people will choose to follow different gods and interpret them in different ways. But I was just like, yeah, I want my world to be where the gods are real. And there's a whole pantheon and shit. But, yeah, no, that is a lot of fun. I think the way you structure religion, whether or not there's reality to the religious beliefs, that should tie into the tone and the themes of your story. What about, I don't think we've gone through the panel and asked everyone what's everyone's favorite part of world building here?
Well, I think you asked Rushbrook, but you didn't ask Narwhal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it, and I think for me it's either creating or as a reader, it's like the intrigue that comes from it is like my favorite. And the example for me experiencing it is Star Wars. The first time you hear Jedi Knight, you're like, what the fuck is a Jedi Knight? I need to know right now what a Jedi Knight is. And then you're sucked in kind of because it's so cool. And so I do try and get a little something like that going with some of my stories too.
Sorry, I am answering Some
Captain
messages.
Bipto said Snidly Narwhal Whiplash.
Steadily? What? What does that mean?
Snidly. I don't know what it means, but it's there. Dean says Star Wars is gay now. Yeah, but we can live in a world that's like pre-2010. That's what I do most of the time. I want to soak in a single character in an overwhelming world. Gross. That's psycho talk.
Well, that depending how you interpret that. Well, that's what Rex sounds like. You got a main character that went through hell, and it sounds like she's just going through the world, slaughtering, having like a big slaughter blood fest, and that's the story, and his quest for revenge. Kind of Red Sonja-y, but probably more bloody, which I'm all for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What about you, Ali?
I've been trying to think. My favorite part of world building, I'm not sure if it counts.
What?
Okay.
But my favorite part is creating how, not necessarily languages, but creating how everyone communicates with each other. And I know how lame that actually sounds, but like,
That's not lame. You're talking about character voice.
yeah, I like creating dialects, and I like thinking about how my characters will talk or gestures that they'll do. Like I've described it more to Renie, but there's a language that I'm making for my Scarpite, like goat people, that can only be spoken by them, because it is both spoken and it has like elements of sound that are sounds only they can make, because they make the sounds by moving their grooves that are in their flesh in the air. So no one, like literally no one else could speak it, and I'm attempting to create a system for actually like writing down how, like, nobody's ever gonna fucking learn this, but I want to do it, so I'm going to, and I'm using this thing that like old what are they called, hymn books, like these huge hymn books that they used to use in churches, where when it was an early form of musical notation, they had the words, but then they would have like little like notches and squiggles that said like, this is the sound that they make at this time. So that is what I like best, is creating communication, I guess.
No, that makes sense. I think your Go People language thing is kind of awesome. But, you know, I love languages, and I think when people see it, they would really like it. It's a really cool idea.
I hope so, but it's not like my regular language is a lot easier, just like the one that everyone speaks. This one sounds more like just fun for me. I can't imagine anyone looking at it and going, wow, that's so amazing, and like trying.
You know, that's what I thought for my language stuff, until I had people translating the Nanarsa in my books and asking me questions about the Nanarsa text. And I'm like, yes, this is a level of nerdery I want. Thank you. But I wasn't expecting that either, so never doubt your audience. I love it.
Who says?
I love that we're nerds.
Who is saying that? Oh, Aviator. Notches and squiggles, like pauses in a music sheet. Exactly, because that's how the early forms of it were.
I think that's cool.
Jordan Allen What?
Oh, sure. Oh no, I was just saying that would look extra cool if you could actually hear, like if it was animated or something one day.
I'd probably. This is where my problem with keeping my IP mine would come in, because I'd be like, I would love to do that, but I will only work with like Maynard James Keenan. Like I will only work with Trent Reznor. I have to have a very specific like violinist or something. And it would be impossible to get who I wanted to make it, so I'd have to skip it probably.
Yeah, I have lofty ideas. In my head, I'm like, oh, if Fiendish gets animated, I want full creative control too, but I want the best. Like, the best animation studios, and I want to work with the best people, and I'm like, that's never going to happen. But, you know, I wouldn't settle for anything less. I agree.
It's not even, like, if I were a person who wanted to do, like, the best but also most popular things, probably that's what a studio would say. They'd be like, Ali, you should work with Beyonce and have her do it. And I'd be like, I'd rather die. I'd literally rather die. Kill me.
Well, nowadays, I would want to work with a Japanese studio or a Korean studio or somewhere where they care about the art still.
Sola says,
Just
do you
like,
think
we're
you'll
not
blind
here.
your readers with your language, put up a barrier and making them for admittance? No, not the way I'm writing it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that seemed important.
No, it's fine. Daniel Russell asked how much for commission. If you could please DM me, should be able to DM me. It'll just go to my hidden inbox, but I will check that soon. I know I have a few people I need to get back to. I'm sorry. But yeah, I've taken on a lot of commissions. I think I need to cut it off. But yeah, I've got a lot of work. Thank you, everybody who's asked for one. I appreciate you. Reese M for $10. Thank you so much. Reese M says this is the good people option. Why?
Yeah.
Well, if you think we're good people, that's good. I appreciate it because we are.
Okay. Jordan Allen said, once I've come up with a basic idea for the world, I enjoy fleshing it out by asking myself one question. What would surprise my reader in a way they'd enjoy? So another like surprising thing. At least it's surprising the reader and not being like, oh, I surprised myself.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think it's well, I do still get that sense that sometimes a story just surprises me. And I'll continue giving Ali mild aneurysms by saying that. But the goal of writing a story is it's keeping your readers on their toes, right? It's revealing things, at least like personally, that's what makes sense to me. Revealing things and answering questions you set up in a way that makes sense but that the readers don't expect. And I think that's what incentivizes people to keep on reading, because that's exciting. So you set up a scenario, but then you answer it in a way that totally works, but isn't what people would think. It's not just, you're not just following what's been done before, and then you while you're answering, you set up a new question and just keep on going. And that's what, like, at least as a reader, that's what hooks me. So you do want to surprise them in that way.
I agree with surprising the reader, but not subverting expectations. Because that's usually just code, you know? But surprising the reader is good.
Yeah, and the way they're doing it nowadays is not... What they mean by subverting expectations is not just that. It's basically just throwing everything out and being like, well, surprise, none of the setup mattered at all. We're just going to do a twist. But it's not answering a question in a way that makes sense. It's just, we're just going to answer the question, but it doesn't make sense at all because we want to fuck with you. And
yeah, it's all communism now.
Communism, guys.
I was gonna say something, now I forget. Whatever.
Sorry.
Real quick too, a little bit what we're talking about is I heard Takashi Miike. He's a famous Japanese director who's made a lot of awesome movies, and I think he's made like over 100 movies, and I don't know if like not all of them are awesome. But they asked him in an interview. They're like, "Do you consider the audience's point of view when you're making a movie, and do you like play with that and like lead them and then surprise them?" Blah blah blah. He's like, "I never consider the audience." So whatever, just a funny like alternative. But for him, it only works like at least 50%. I think like half his movies are good. So he kind of is almost like throw shit at the wall guy, and half the time it's awesome, half the time it sucks. And he's like autistic and does not think about the audience at all, which is like kind of awesome in a way. But
what I was gonna say, I remember now, is that I forget who said it, but I heard someone say once that what you should do is put your character in a situation they can't get out of and then get them out of it. Like put them in a possible situation and get them out of it. I forget who said it, but I like that a lot. I think that surprises people.
I like that. That does make sense. Yeah, I've been rereading FMA and I realized that was a really well written manga. Yeah, and I think as a kid I didn't appreciate how well plotted out it was because I mean, when you're a kid, at least for me, I'm not really following the logic. I'm more like, oh, I like the characters and the themes and stuff, but it is very well set up where you have a lot of these moments. It's constantly the characters are on the back foot and they're kind of the story becomes this small group of resistance against this larger government, but it's more complicated than that because there's a whole ancient magical order kind of thing going on. I'm way simplifying it, but it's really well done because you can't tell how characters are going to get out of the situation, but then Arakawa finds a way for the characters to logically break out of the situation every time by the skin of their teeth, and it's great. I love that series. Read Fullmetal Alchemist.
She can never say enough good things about Fullmetal Alchemist.
It's so
I've
good.
been on a real reason because I'm rereading it. I was on a podcast the other day, which is why I revisited the series. So I'm gonna go from talking about Berserk to talking about Fullmetal from now on.
how much is Full Metal on Amazon.com?
I have no idea. Amazon doesn't have the new hardcover editions. I am unhappy because there are new hardcover editions out.
No, you'll have to go to a bookstore in the real world.
No, I don't like doing that. That's too much work.
Somebody said, wow, Ali knew Napoleon, not surprised. Actually, in the Napoleonic Wars, one of my ancestors is the one that Napoleon surrendered to.
Nice.
So, sort of. Said developing different cultures and how they interact relative to each other, which is a thing Renie and I have spoken about, as close to ad infinitum as possible.
Yes.
Which is pretty great. We love that. We have various cultures in our worlds. I'm reading the chat. They are funny. Bubo or Bubbo?
Bubo.
Bubo.
Blue balls?
Good lord.
Said landscape. We've talked about some of that as well, which could go into either like designing your land / even map making, which is a thing that we have also talked about. That was one of the first things we talked about. It was like languages and maps, and we just like geeked out. So
yes,
you can still get all that. I have it all in a playlist that you can watch every single one from both of our channels in a row,
which should be linked to the show in the description. So check it out.
Is it?
I think so.
I didn't know if you did that.
I
Kirby says,
yes,
where you put lake? Yes,
yeah,
where
it's
you
in
put
the
lake.
description. go check out. We have a lot of previous episodes.
We do, and they're all so good.
We're
Especially the recent ones where I put really a lot of work into these really awesome slideshows that are better than Jake's.
Yes.
You stole
Show
our
Jake
slideshow
up.
idea.
Did it. The FMA hardcover edition is on Amazon. Well then, I guess that's what I'm buying next. Thank you, chat.
$20, but back Fiendish 2.5 first.
That's right! Back into 2.5 now.
Geek Avenger says the timeline again. That, you know what? I'm actually not looking forward to timeline stuff. And I've told you, I've explained in your writing group how I'm writing Rotting Crown, where I'm writing every single character's experiences, and then I have to like cut them up and put them in sequential order.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the worst way to do it, but it's also, I think, the only way I can do it and actually keep everything like in check without having to do what you do and create all this like crazy charts and timelines and stuff. So this is me writing in the honestly laziest way possible, because I don't want to have to go back and check a thing and be like, okay, who am I doing now? I want to write everything down right now and then pay someone else to put it all together into sequential order and cut it all up into the chapters. So
Wait,
yeah,
cut it all up into chapters, like having to do chapter breakdowns for sequential art.
no. So no one ever understands when I try and explain this, and I'm not sure why, because everyone's read books like this where you're reading it and it's like chapter 1, I don't know, Jeffifer waltzed down the road and did some things, and then it's like chapter 2 is about Kevin, and Kevin is doing stuff, and then you go to chapter 3 and it's like Cassandra is doing stuff, and then you go chapter 4 and it's like, oh, we're back to Jeffifer now, but it's all in order of like time. It's all in chronological order.
Yeah.
It just jumps characters, I guess.
Are you describing the Song of Ice and Fire right now? Because you are.
Yeah, except mine's just one book and it's ending.
Yeah, I no, that's much appreciated. You're gonna finish your work.
Yes, I said Jeffifer, Jolly Green, because that's the name that my kid made up and I love it.
That's a great name. Oh my god. That's what Harry Potter does.
Chapter 1, the first chapter, yes. I've considered making a timeline, but then I think that sounds hard, so I'm not gonna do it. I've made a couple chart things because of Renie, where I did like, here's the powers each character has, and then I did one where it was like, here's the core belief of each character. And it was fine, but I don't really see the point. Like, okay, it took me 3 hours to make that, but I could have been writing.
Yeah, I think for me, I don't know. It's just like I don't consider myself a real writer, guys. If I bash my head against the wall hard enough and try really hard, I can come up with something pretty decent, I think. But I have to try really hard, and that's why the charts help me to plan out and focus everything, and so I can visually see what the character's goals are and figure all this stuff out, and this is where the plot goes. And then when I can see it, I can think and then translate it into comics. So that's why I do all the chart stuff.
The chat is obsessed with Jeffifer now.
Jeffifer sounds hot. Ugh. You have to make this an actual character.
Ugh. I'll have my kid. I'll have my kid do it. I don't want to do that.
Oh no. That'll be Her first book.
Alfredo Dente said a lot of Dente said a lot of stuff is his favorite, but if he had to pick one off the top of his head, the mythology / religion and the creatures of the world, especially the more fantastical that it is. And we've talked about that as well before. So, anything to add? Have we talked about creatures?
A guy or a girl?
I don't think so. I think we were going to talk about creatures but never got around to it. That'll be cool.
Yeah, we can do. I think we did like fantasy creatures like fairies and stuff. We didn't do like animal type creatures.
Yeah. We did species like elves and stuff, which we both have made up our own fantasy like humanoid species, but animals are different. So yeah, sure. We should definitely do that.
Henry Bemis, my grandfather's name was Jeffifer. I don't appreciate you making fun of it.
No, dear. Well, chat is liking Jeffifer, so
Oh, I remember Escaflowne. I feel like I liked it, but I don't remember what it was about. Narwhal needs a Jeffifer and Grand Prix.
I'll do it.
Hey,
don't even tempt me.
Speaking of things that come from the chat, how's Dick Belt?
Dick Belt is not done because I have other things to do and I have a book to close out.
Excuses.
I know. I'm a disappointment. I apologize, chat. I will deliver Dick Belt, but it's just taking me some time. Please forgive me. No joke. I have this list of emojis, and like, I know I have to. I want to get to them, but you know,
it'll happen someday.
It will happen sooner than later. But I have commissions and work I owe people. Fortunately,
what's some of everyone's favorite creatures, like created creatures in a book?
Good question.
That's a good question.
This might venture into sci-fi more than fantasy, but let's see.
Strictly animals.
Cam says Oompa Loompas.
Oh my god.
That's a good answer.
Well, I feel like whatever I say, someone else will just bring up another one, and I'll be like, "Oh no, that was totally was what I should have thought of."
Does it strictly have to be from a book, or?
No, I guess not.
All right, so I actually absolutely love the creatures from the movie Aliens, the xenomorphs. How Geiger designed them and how they're freaking like beautiful yet grotesque at the same time. You know, they're just the way they're
that
modeled.
Sounds like his artwork.
Yeah. So
his artwork is some of the most degenerate shit ever, though, dude. If you like, he had some mommy issues for real. Like he had problems.
Yes, he did.
That's a testament to mommy issues. Then we should all be so lucky.
Well, artists all have issues, and I'm convinced the more issues you have, the better an artist you are. Well, not really. No, I take that back. That doesn't work for everybody. But we're all a little messed up. Dude, space navigators. Would that count as creatures?
Oh yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
Like the thing in the movie that is like this weird worm creature that's like all gooey. Is that what that is?
Are you talking about the 80s movie? Because I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Because they're different worm creatures. You have the worm creature that the Emperor becomes, and then you also have the space navigators, where they're just like
Simply
really
Green
fucked
says
up
yes.
humans. Oh, okay, all right. Because I didn't see the movie. Yeah, it's
Wait, did you see the new one?
Yeah, I saw a new one.
Why would you watch the new one and not the old one?
Because I got the chance to see the new one.
Oh. Well, the old one's like a million times better. The new one bored me to tears. I fell asleep, and then the background score made me want to die because it was like I'd fall asleep and then I'd wake up to like just screaming, like raw, throaty screaming. They're just like ah, and I was like, stop, stop.
Do you like the Dune books?
No. They're
Okay,
boring
so-
and long.
You were saying Dune was boring, not Lord of the Rings. Right, that's what we disagreed on. Yeah, I like Dune. And I like the movies. So.
Ali's face.
She's losing her mind.
Is it like there's not that many super iconic like animals even? I don't know. Like, because it's like the xenomorph. Immediately you think of that. It's
The
kind of
chat
hard
is
to-
saying Mogwai. Epignosis.
yeah.
Epinosis or
Not bad, not bad.
epignosis? I'm not sure. Epinosis?
There's always opportunity for a new awesome creature. Then it seems like it's a little bit underserved.
Kirby!
That's what I'm
The
trying to
goblins
think of.
from Labyrinth are cool. Labyrinth is the greatest movie ever made, but those aren't created specifically for Labyrinth. Like, goblins were a thing before then.
I have some, like, fucked up answers.
You?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
What are they?
I mean, was that disbelief that I have fucked up answers?
Is
That
it
was
the demons
sarcasm.
from Berserk?
Oh, okay. I'm full of good ideas. It is from Berserk, which is why it's fucked up. It's well, either I was gonna say the trolls, which they're not mind blowing, they're just so gross and fucked up. But okay.
Just say it, Rainy.
People who have read Berserk will know what I'm talking about.
Boo, ban a guy in his room. Boo.
The dreamscape creatures are like I don't think I can even say what they are on the street. I probably can, but it's just gonna be a whole discussion. I'm not gonna pull up the art or show it because I can't. They're so fucked up, but in the context of the story and what Miura was trying to express was Casca's psychological state. It was well designed, but they were just gross. Like all the stuff in the dreamscape was brilliant, and even the like how Gus was represented in the dreamscape, like the whole dog thing, and then like all of the, it was like homunculus if you read the manga, but it was this whole section in Berserk that was just like, yeah, these are like homunculus creatures, but it's in a dream. If that makes sense, you have to read both mangas, but yeah, that was great creature design. So sorry, what were you showing?
Yeah, so I've seen Labyrinth.
I'm just showing off the friggin' Labyrinth vinyl because someone in the chat's a hater.
Ellie really likes Labyrinth. Tom says Nazgul. That's a great
Nazgul.
Yes.
And that was another one. If it had to be from a book, it'd be the Balrog from Lord of the Rings.
Mm.
The Balrog, very nice.
Yeah.
Jolly Green. I would say so.
That's
yes.
vintage snark.
I would say so.
I've been trying to think what mine is.
Your favorite animal or creature?
Yeah. And I'm not sure. Well, I think there's one that I can't really count because it would violate my own rules, maybe. So in the Neverending Story, there is a creature who I think might be a werewolf, but I'm not sure because they never super specify it. They don't say it in the movie at all, and then in the book it feels kind of ambiguous. So in the book, Gamork, which is the wolf creature, when he has a much longer discussion with Atreyu that reveals quite a lot more. And in it, he explains that he is a creature that has the ability to jump through worlds. So he can go from the human world into Fantastica, which is what the book calls it. It's not Fantasia like in the movie. And any other world that he wants to. He's not confined to one world. But he also says, like, he looks different in every world. So in my mind, I'm like, is that a werewolf? I'm not sure. Because there's also just straight up, like, later in the book, it says, oh, there's there's werewolves and vampires and stuff. So maybe that, but I'm not sure it counts. Otherwise, probably the it's probably a tie between the rock biters from Neverending Story and then the Ludo creatures from Labyrinth, which they have a name. It's called like a Neti Sis or something. That's not said in the movie, but it's in like the character art that they did. I think that's how it's pronounced. So it's probably either of those. I like the Rockbiter because he's so like sweet and heartbreaking. They're just like giant rock giants that also eat rocks. And he but he loves like his little friends. So when they get sucked away from him into the nothing, he like looks at his hands and he's like, they look like big, strong hands, don't they? And they're like, yes. And he's like, but they couldn't hold on. Like he couldn't keep his friends. And it's like super heartbreaking. Yeah. What is that? He's saying the Bornak from Legend? What's a Bornak? I love Legend, but I don't remember the word Bornak.
I'm racking my brain trying to think of creatures. I don't pay enough attention to creatures. Like, my colors is gonna kill me. Well, not really. I mean, he loves creatures, but I like a lot of stuff from mythology, but not necessarily. I don't really pay attention to creatures in books. Oh, I like Jormungandr in the God of War game. Yeah, it was really cool.
Does it look like a big snake?
It's gigantic. No, it's huge. It's really cool. Like they made him look. Okay. Ellie, God damn it! No,
I'm 5 years old.
It's fine. You're talking to someone that's about to draw a tick belt, so it's fine. Oh, look who's here. Speaking of,
oh no, it's Vaughn.
Hello.
Wait, hold on though. Cam says, isn't that the name of Tim Curry's character? No, Tim Curry's character was just named Darkness. He's not the devil. He's Darkness. His father was the devil. Anyway, it's a good thing Vaughn is here because I have to go.
Oh, okay. Well,
I had planned on only like enforcing a 2-hour rule because I have to get up at o'clock in the morning, and go to the Celtic Festival in Jacksonville to do the Highland Games and stuff. So I'm super sorry. Maromi, that is true. Meg Mucklebones was pretty unique. A man played her. Yeah.
Before you go, why don't you shout out your stuff? Or what website should I pull
I think Vaughn, if you ask Vaughn what his favorite creatures are, he's going to be like, it's chocobos. You can't even hear him because he's on mute, so he can't defend himself.
We can't hear Vaughn. Oh, you know what? This is way better.
Like, I love chocobos. Chocobos is the greatest thing ever. I wish I had my own chicken horse.
We can't hear you at all, dude. He's been talking this whole time. I thought he just was staying quiet.
Oh, there you go.
My name is Vaughn. I love Moogles. They're stupid. I can bop them on the head. They can ride a chocobo.
That's not true.
I'll keep them as my slaves.
Wait, what do we define as creatures? Because that could be anything. Like I like Mothman. Mothman's probably my favorite.
Chocobos are good.
No, chocobos are like okay.
What is Mothman? That's not Mothman. What is Mothman?
Let's hear Allie's insult.
I'll be right back while you guys discuss this.
Let's hear Allie's really good insult.
Ready?
Hang on. It's gonna be.
It's not an insult.
You're young.
I'm not.
You need to go to military school.
You need to go to military school.
She needs to talk to your mom.
Something.
Nope.
Parental stuff. All right. No, please. Let's hear it.
No, none of those.
Sure, they're
You're only saying that it's not what I said because I said it.
No. Mothman is cooler. You know, I'm a big
What
Mothman
is
fan.
Mothman? What is
All right,
Mothman?
so
Wait, what?
But wait,
Hang on, Narwhal, are you kidding?
Pause. Hold on. I want to say one thing before I go. Snarkticon is correct. Fraggles are cool. Fraggles are the best.
What are
100%.
Fraggles.
Yeah,
Fraggles.
Fraggles. You know
Oh
what
my
Fraggles
god.
are?
Vaughn is too. I am going to say
Oh, I
it
know
now.
Fraggle
Vaughn
Rock.
is young.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking
Okay.
Down to
Just
Stop
making
being a
sure.
contrarian, Vaughn. You could admit she's right just one time. Exactly. I do need to talk to your mother. Anyway.
Yeah. You're getting a restraining order.
I'll be like, you've done a very good job, Mrs. Vaughn.
Mrs. Vaughn? So what's my name? Vaughn?
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Yes.
I'm stabbing myself in the foot right now.
Please don't do
Something is
that.
stabbing me. Anyway.
Yeah, don't do that.
The great trash heap. Yeah. So, right now I'm kind of having a flux. But you can go onto my website and you can read samples of most of my books. Shut up, Alex. I'm gonna start a second chance campaign for Egg Beater on Fund My Comic, and that's gonna come out soon, probably in the next like couple weeks. I'm revamping how I edit. There's a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, go check out my website. I think a sewing needle is inside my sock. And it's
What?
stabbing me.
That's
Oh
the
my
name of your
God, go
website?
fix that. No, Allie's website is sanguislibris.net. Everybody go
So
check it out.
quirky, Allie.
And follow Allie on Twitter.
It's not
I'm-
quirky. It's bad.
I'm breaking out the booze. It's
I was-
booze inside.
Oh shit! All right, I'm gonna grab some then.
I was sewing, and I think
BRB.
I dropped a needle, and then I was like moving my foot on the ground, and it slipped inside my sock.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
I know, dude. Do you
That's
guys know how many times I accidentally hurt myself? I'll like any given hour of the day. Like I fall, I trip on the air. You were there. You watched me trip on nothing. You watched it happen. I just tripped over nothing. And the only thing that saved me was my cane. And you're just like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I guess I am." It's never on purpose. It's stupid. Allie accident prone sanguis. Yes, that's me. Dude, I tripped once on nothing, and I well, it was the other arm. I friggin' you know the thing on the side of a door where the like the doorknob thing goes into the other thing to latch, like the latch hole thing?
Yeah. The latch hole.
I tripped on nothing and flew, and I scraped my whole arm on one of those. Like all the flesh like just came off.
Holy shit.
It's
my
like
God.
hanging on it, and I was like, "Oh wow, that really
Oh my
hurt." It was so
Wow.
stupid.
Oh,
I did
stop
flay
hurting
myself.
yourself.
That's not even the first time I've done it. One time my face got shoved into a tree, and when I pulled my face away from the tree, my face was still in the tree, and I bled all over the shirt that I was wearing. So, yeah. I do need Nerf doors. And that's how I got my LARPing name, which is Tarna. And cool people in the chat will know what Tarna is. But
And this is how Allie started writing about baby face.
the door thing goes into the other door thing, says the writer. So yeah, anyway, I have to get up super early. So right now I'm going to go to bed super early. If anyone's going to be near Jacksonville tomorrow, I'm going to be at the Clay County Fairgrounds doing the Celtic Festival, and that'll be fun. So yes, heavy metal. Thank you, chat. You never disappoint.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, thank you very much, Allie. It's a good show, as always. And have fun at the Celtic
What?
Festival.
Thank you for
That sounds
having me. Our next Ali and Renie show will be more Ali and Renie formulaic. So
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll do
sorry.
a proper presentation and stuff next time because we've both been busy.
yeah, so insanely busy. But yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everyone. You're awesome.
All right.
Good
Yes,
night.
Michael's
Good
screen
Good
is frozen.
night.
Bye.
And
Bye.
good night.
Good night. Woo.
Right, Allie.
I'll play our
Bye,
outro.
Vaughn. Vaughn ran away. He's afraid of my motherly judgment.
I'll play our outro real
Wait for him
quick.
to come back.
And
Okay,
then transition
play the outro, and I'll disappear
to-
during the outro, and
Okay, perfect.
it'll be
but don't
a
leave,
different
guys.
screen.
Yeah, because you'll
don't leave.
Don't leave. I'll just play part of the outro, then we'll continue, and we're just gonna drink because at least
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna do. Okay.
I'm
All right.
leaving. No one else is allowed to leave.
Nobody else is leaving. We're all gonna be here, so just give me 30 seconds. All right. 1, 2. Ellie, you're still here. She left.
She's trying to catch Vaughn.
Yeah. I didn't want to play the whole thing because then it would scroll down to the have a good night, and then people would have thought it was, we're actually ending.
Oh, yeah.
But no. So now this is a new stream, everyone. We're just gonna start chilling and talking shit. I don't know what about, but I'm sure I'll figure something out. I was so tired at the beginning of the stream, but I chugged a lot of coffee. That's what I've been drinking this whole time, and now I am full of energy, and I'm about to start drinking alcohol instead because this is really good for my health. Let's go, everybody.
Nice.
Coffee and alcohol.
Woo! Yeah.
Yep. So
Allie, I'm sorry. I was like, oh no, I'm only gonna play part of it. No, I didn't want to kick you. Have a good night, Allie. See you next time.
bye, Allie.
I have energy. I have energy. All right, let me pull up the campaign.
Yes.
This is now a Fiendish 2.5 pre-closeout. So the closeout is tomorrow, but I'm not gonna do like a closeout stream or anything. So this will effectively be it. I don't know. I've been wanting to do because I got a ton of packages,
Whoa,
and I want to do
34K.
an unboxing. Yeah, I want to do an unboxing stream as well. But then I've got other shows to be on tomorrow as well. I'd like to be on Flashcast. I'll try to be on Hypnocast. That would be great. And I don't know if I'll have time to do a stream on my own channel. So we're just gonna do a relaxed pre-closeout today. That's the idea. But
You're not sure if you're doing your own?
because I'm gonna be on Flashcast tomorrow
I didn't know it was
during the
Saturday.
closeout time. Yeah, so the actual
Yay.
closeout is tomorrow. So effectively right now is the pre-closeout. So so this is it. I'm very happy where the campaign is, but we have a couple of more stretch goals set that we're still gunning for. Let's refresh it and see where we are now. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Oh, I forget
Yay!
you guys. You guys are great.
Yeah,
Yay.
see how happy I am.
Yeah.
Face forever
So
frozen.
Michael's camera has been frozen for like 2 hours.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I was like, wow, he's really happy.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
That's perfect because his camera froze when I announced that the 35K stretch goal will be giving Michael a bonus. So that's his frozen reaction to that.
Yeah, that's my
His
frozen
bonus
smile.
is he's getting the full $35,000.
No, that should be
no. I need to print the book.
that's the $36,000 stretch goal.
Oh.
No.
3738.
Guys, I can't afford that. But yeah, 35K will be giving Michael a bonus, and then at 38, if we hit that, everyone is getting a second trading card. So that's the plan right now. We're almost at 35. Thank you
And
guys
if
so
you
much.
hit-
It really has jumped up a lot in the past week.
If you hit 39K, then me and Vaughn get a bonus.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
No, you don't. No,
Yeah,
you
no, it's
don't.
true. No, I agree.
No,
I
as-
agree with that. Wait, Narwhal, why do you get a bonus? I gave her feedback once, which means I'm entitled
As-
to money.
As much as I am, you know what? I'm never paying you anything from now on.
Oh, wait,
That
shit,
out.
that would mean I'd have to
Lord.
pay you, actually. Never mind, scratch that.
No, not happening. Not happening. But 40K, I like this idea. 40,
No, no,
40K.
no.
Oh
My
wow!
hair means...
Since
My hair-
you're going to just demand money from me on stream, I guess this is what's going to happen. So
I
everybody
can't-
heard
do
it here.
do you
Vaughn
wanna
agreed to
see-
shave his hair at 40K.
But do you
No, I
want
don't
to
want
see
to see
that? Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I think the people might want to see this one.
Yeah, it's not about me. It's about chat, and we're here to
All
give
right,
chat.
well,
what
that
they
means you're gonna have to. I open up my campaign. Well, you know, one thing that will do is people won't call my character to self-insert anymore if I'm bald.
want. Well, then no, you're just gonna make your character bald all of a sudden. Like you can't help it.
Dude, make my artist redraw every page.
No, your character will just lose his hair or just go
Oh,
bald.
over the
in
course of the
second book or
story?
some shit.
It'll be like a side
yeah.
effect of his powers. Like the more he uses,
Yeah, and
it.
you won't even realize it. It'll just
Yeah.
happen, and then you'll be like, "Oh, I didn't realize. I totally did a self-insert again. Damn it!" Oh.
I mean, I'm
Oh.
35 pages into the book. It hasn't been established yet. There could be some changes.
That's a good idea, Marumi. Yeah. Hold on, let me show you guys what alcohol I have. I got some stuff as a gift. So I got this. Look at this. This is from
What's that?
And it was in it's this Suntory whiskey, and it's in this super nice golden sashy baggy thing, and it's so pretty, and it's like nice whiskey or something. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Look, it's this Japanese whiskey. But yeah, I've actually been I'm trying to be healthier, and also I feel like I've been more of a wine person recently. I'm turning into wine on, guys. I just oh my god. But yeah, I will. You know what? If we hit 35 tonight, I will drink this.
Mhm.
And I got a pretty new shot glass too. Look at this, isn't it cute? So that'll be. I'll drink wine until we hit 35, and then I will have a taste of this Suntory whiskey. Oh, that's so awesome. Pretty whiskey. Yes, I am such a girl. Can't help it. Can't help it.
I keep forgetting to get new alcohol, so I just went to all I have is heavy stuff.
I went on I totally didn't go on an alcohol run and stash up earlier today.
That's good. That's responsible.
I'm very responsible. Yeah,
Not getting alcohol is irresponsible.
that's right. That's exactly correct. Let's see. Suntory time. Nice. Now drank. Well, you
Right.
see, I don't see no soup chat. I forgot. I have to open this up. Oh my god, I'm such a mess. Let me go get the bottle opener.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, guys, now that she's gone, let's talk about her.
Okay. But well, back to what you was saying earlier, Narwhal, what Mothman is. Just watch the movie, The Mothman Prophecies.
Oh, is that any good?
Dude, that movie sends a chill down my spine.
Is that Richard Gere, maybe?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
I like him.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that movie,
Well,
but
it's- because it's all based off of the true events that happen and eyewitness accounts of the Mothman. So there's a lot of the stuff that happened in that movie, played a part in real life. So
did you guys?
will check it
Yeah,
out.
I'm big to Mothman. I was just going through the. There was the whole Wendigoon episode on it, but man, I love Mothman. I think Mothman is one of the coolest. So I want to go to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, specifically for that reason.
yeah, Vaughn, if you haven't seen that movie, you too, Narwhal, I highly recommend you watch it.
Gotcha. I'm
really
excited.
good.
I will. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Barb says we all need DMT. That could make us access some of this. I forgot
Fuck
the
that.
cryptids though. It's obvious. If you're thinking of creatures,
do
cryptids
it.
are kind of the best. There's so many, and they're all fun. That would be a fun comic to invent a new one. Invent a new cryptid.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't thought enough about. Oh my god! I knew this would happen. I've been just banging my head against the wall trying to think about creatures. The Mushi from Mushishi, because I love Mushishi and nobody else has seen this anime. Mushishi is this. It's a manga, but it's also an anime, and it's really good. It's it's hard to describe. Basically, it's set in ancient Japan, and I just love. It's very atmospheric and it's very non-anime-y, but it's about the main character is Ginkgo. He's so I need to set this up first. In the world, there's these creatures that are like, you know how in Shintoism everything has a spirit, and every blade of grass has a spirit, every tree has a spirit. And so in the world of Mushishi, it's set in ancient Japan, but these little nature spirits are called Mushi, and most people can't see them because they're a base form of life that's even more. They're almost just like almost like pure souls in nature. And most of them are like little, but you have huge ones that are the size of mountains. They're basically animist spirits, and Mushishi are essentially Mushi doctors, but they're not just curing the Mushi or anything. They're going around troubleshooting issues that people get from interacting with Mushi, and most people can't see Mushi and they don't understand it, but supernatural things would just start happening, and depending on the different types of Mushi spirits they encounter. And the main character is this guy that just goes around and helps people figure out, well, this is the type of Mushi and this is how you solve the problem, and it's really cool. I really like this series, and obviously, if you read Fiendish, the Haltija in Fiendish are inspired by Mushi. They're not exactly the same, of course, but they are these little nature spirits. And Haltija is, I think, is that a Swedish word, or is it a Finnish word? But it's one of the Scandinavian languages, and it is a real word for nature spirits of some sort, and I thought that was a really cool word, so I used it for the nature spirits in Fiendish. So yeah, I just think that's a really cool idea.
They're like spirit. Are they like spirit Pokemon?
You got some super chats, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to read them. Thank you. Let me Google Mushi and pull them up so everybody can see. But here, let me. I did miss a few. All right. Hold on. Too many things to do. Yeah, let me show you guys before I forget, because this anime is beautiful. And there you go. Here it is. And it's just interesting. It's not traditional writing, and it's very episodic. So you don't have to, you can just watch a couple episodes and see if you like it, but this is what it looks like. And you see all these little floating spirits around Ginkgo. That's the main character. Those are what Mushi are, at least the little ones. Oh. And there's this whole concept where there's this river of life that is the source of all life energy, and it's a theme throughout the anime and manga. It's very it's like philosophical, but not in a overt way, right? Mm-hmm. But it's very good, and I quite like it. That's not official art, that's fan art, but yeah, that's really good fan art. That's what some Mushi look like, and they come in really unexpected forms sometimes. Sometimes they're even humanoid shaped. It's pretty great. Yeah. So check it out. There you go. All right, let me get some super chats. Dago Solo for 10. Thank you so much. Travis 2.5 looks amazing and deserves more eyes. Thank you. Not sure what you were hoping for, but I hope you get it all. Book looks incredible, and so does my cover. Hope you crush all your goals. See you next week. Yay. Thank you so much, Dago Solo. I appreciate the support.
Yep.
Mucho gracias. Mr. Burger for 5. Thank you. Greeting weirdos! Hello! Narwhal, you cannot be a good cult leader dressing the way you dress. After Irene, join me on America Up All Night. Mr. Burger, YT, there you go. Everybody go follow Mr. Burger.
I just had Mr. Burger on my show. He's the man. It was nice. Such a fun show.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to Ross Dress for Less and get some cult clothes soon.
Get what for less?
Ross Dress for Less.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to cross dress for less. I was like, what?
No.
Oh, no.
Ross. Victor for $1.99. Thank you very much. At 40K, drink all the alcohol you have. No.
What? That's the Kill
But thank
Renie
you.
stretch goal?
Yeah, no. I'm gonna not do that. But I will have several drinks if we do hit 40K. I don't think we're gonna hit that with this campaign. That would be awesome, but you know, it's closing out tomorrow. But let's try to get to at least 35 and try to push for 38. That would be super amazing if we do hit that, because then everybody will get another trading card. And you guys have seen my Fiendish trading cards. My trading card artist is awesome, so I'm sure you guys are gonna love it.
Well, we might hit 40. I was scared we wasn't going to hit 32.
Well, it was really going slow for a few weeks, and I mean, I figured most campaigns it's the launch and the closeout, but I'm still not used to it. I'm still not used to that pattern. I'm like, oh, everybody who's backed already has backed, and then it really has picked up the last week, so I really appreciate.
Yeah, it's insane the amount that's gone up.
Well, that email blast really helped a lot.
Yeah, I finally utilized my email list. I was like,
yeah, I've been using it pretty steadily. It's really weird. Like, people will unsubscribe for like one person. I sent an email out saying when my launch date is, and then someone unsubscribed saying too spammy. I'm like, you don't want to know like crucial information? Like, what?
Job styler. Oh no. Okay, Mushishi means something else in German dialect, apparently. That's unfortunate. It's actually a really cute name in Japanese. It doesn't mean that thing in German at all. I'm not pulling the comment, but the more you know.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. Sign up for Earthbound Grand Prix 2. That's right. Yeah, I do need to use my email list more, but I try to be careful where I have a limit how much I can email anyway. It's like, I have a really good email list, and I appreciate it because I got a lot of signups for Fiendish 2, and I compile everything into one big email list. But so some people don't know this, you have to pay for the email service. If you just use Gmail or Hotmail, most basic email services, they don't let you send more than 500 emails a month. So if you have more than 500 emails on your email list, and that's of course excluding all the other emails you send every month regularly, you need to pay for a service like MailChimp or something else. And there are a lot of services out there that do that. But yeah, so because of the amount of emails on my list, I can pretty much only do 1 or 2 email blasts a month. So this is why I tell people I will not spam you. Like, I only email for closeouts and launches and really important stuff. So you will not have to worry about me spamming you. And honestly, I need to use my email list more. I'm terrible about it. I'm paying for it. I should use it.
Yeah, you should absolutely use it. I mean, I think it's like, I know Brian Polito has said that that's like the best way he gets all of it. I remember that was one of the first things I learned. Did you watch his San Diego Comic-Con video where he was talking about crowdfunding comics? Because that's when I watched it. It was like when they did the whole stay-at-home con thing, which I was like, oh, there's cool stuff. And after 5 minutes, I kind of got bored because I was like, oh, this isn't the same as attending a real panel at all. But Brian Polito gave this whole thing about like how he keeps a loyal fan base. And a lot of it was the email list. He said was the most important thing, more than socials. Because socials, people, I see it all the time. One of the most important things, by the way, I did cross 500 emails today, finally.
Congrats.
It was really annoying because it was like right at the end. I forgot that my dumbass friend put 10 like joke emails early on. And then when I paid for the subscription service, it cleansed all of them right as I was about to get to 500. So.
Oh, because well, you've got great friends. That's what friends do.
Well, no, it wasn't, because all the email names were insulting me.
That's funny.
I should have thought of that. That's brilliant.
You know,
well done.
When I launched the first Earthbound campaign,
my editor too.
It was doing like pretty good for me at the time, and I was super excited. And I did a thing. I was like, I'm going to do an update every day. So I go update day 1, and I just tell people what I'm up to, like a little blog post or like a journal entry. And I got up to 3, and then your boy Zach, who I didn't know at the time, but he had backed it, and he emails me. And he goes, "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you're doing way too many updates."
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's oh, that's great. I think I update when usually it's like stretch goals or when it's the fulfillment process begins or like after a campaign closes. That's where I'm really fixated on, well, I have to keep people updated on the production process because I'm like, if I'm a backer, I would be freaking out. I want people to know I'm doing the work, guys. And I'm just really paranoid about people thinking that I'm not doing the work or like after the campaign closes. So if you look at Fiendish too, I'm like posting a shit ton of updates, we're like, whoa, this is how printing is going. But yeah, with updates, that's something that creators should utilize. I need to post more email campaigns as well. That would be useful. Yeah, for me, the issue really is I have to pay for them, and I have like a few thousand. So I can only send one a month, which is a good problem to have, but it is still nonetheless. Jobstar says he hasn't got a single one. I sent one out about a week ago. Aw, that sucks. Well, it was just promoting 2.5. I did show an email exclusive page from 2.5 because I heard people like that. So I can do. Well, the campaign is closing tomorrow, but I think with Fund My Comic, I can send updates to only backers, so I can send some exclusive art through Fund My Comic. Josh Tyler, do you get the Fund My Comic updates? I should use that as well. I think I'll post an update tomorrow. Be like, hey, today is the last day. So, yeah.
Yep.
But thank you for the links, Alex, and thank you very much for linking Fiendish to. But hey, Williams is in chat. Hello, what's up? What up,
David Williams?
Oh, you are too kind. You're too kind. Best as a guest, and to the mighty chat. Yes, the chat are the real MVPs here. We appreciate you, and thank you for being here, David.
We're the fake MVPs.
You need to put chat first, okay?
I know. No, I'm in agreement, dude. I'm in agreement. Okay. Otherwise, it's just us hanging out.
David drew basically the greatest Sin City art besides Frank Miller that I've ever seen. Just yesterday, I think.
I'll need to look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, David is such a good artist. Everything he does is super amazing. You know what? I'm just gonna start unboxing all the shit I have because I might as well. But let's look at the campaign again real quick. It's only been a couple minutes, so probably nothing. Let's see. 34, 545, less than 500 away from hitting our next stretch goal. I just talked to my factory in Taiwan that's making the enamel pins. So we're putting that into production. It'll be they're really quick. It's like a month of production. So we'll be getting those pins. I also need to get a bunch of other pins that I'm working on done. But yeah, here on the right is the enamel pin, and on the left is a magnet that's exclusive for the featured tier I have on here, or the Peak Survivalist tier. So there you go. And that is, I think the magnet, you know what? The magnet is campaign exclusive. The pin, I'll produce extra ones, and you'll be able to get it on the store afterwards.
Yeah, had to get the magnet and pin.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you worked on the book. You didn't need to buy it. I could just give you one. But thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, right here, that tier.
I'll try and convince some of my friends to back it too.
That would be much appreciated.
Yeah, it's a very book-focused campaign. That was on my show.
Forever ago. Oh no, they probably won't forget me. Remember, just tell them, remember the Banshee that was screaming really loudly? The Asian Banshee?
The Asian girl?
Yeah. The really
I think you're still
obnoxious loud one.
I think you're still my most viewed streams are. Let me just double check. Yeah, my top two
Really?
most viewed streams are both my interview with you and then the hard chargers with you, where it was both. It was a combination of things. It was you on there, and it was also Juju. Jules was on there and
It
got
was
drunk
when
and
Jules got
passed out.
drunk.
Yeah, she passed out on stream.
That was
Oh,
terrible.
wow.
We got her so
No,
drunk.
it was Cecil. He blamed us. He was like, "What did you guys do to your girlfriend?" But if you go back and watch the footage, you could see him every couple minutes. He walks in with a new glass of wine.
Yep. It's actually Cecil's fault. We
But then
know
he
the truth there.
blamed us.
Well,
But
you're
he-
welcome. I'm glad I brought views to your channel. I didn't
Yeah.
know that was the power that I had. But, you know, if you say
Oh, they were
so,
both the
thank
same
you.
day. You bring in a lot of views.
No. Well, I'm glad. I didn't know. Why would anybody want to watch me? I'm a weirdo. But yeah, anyways, if you want, I'm a weirdo, but my book is not. What am I talking about? Fiendish is a little weird, but it's great. It's a good type of weird, so that's why you should check it out. Here are all the tiers. It's very book focused. You get a catch up and a mini catch up, and then I have several combinations. The Survivor Dark was 24 hours only, but you can get that cover if you back it in a bundle. So yeah, there you go. I think Jake's like less than 7 pages away from finishing colors, so we're moving along great. This is fulfilling by April. Definitely. I'm talking to the printer. I'm talking to like the factories. So we're in good form, and I'm very, very excited. So I hope you guys will like the story as well. I have that paranoia again. I remember this paranoia with book 2. Like, you guys don't understand. So book 1 did really well, right? And then book 2 did even better. And then I have this thing where I just started getting really worried. Like, between book 1 and 2 and all the way through book 2, while I was working on it, I'm like, oh no, what if people don't like it as much as book 1? What if I'm regressing? Because my greatest fear is regressing or
You're not.
stagnating.
Fiendish
And I'm like, oh, you don't understand the level of anxiety that I was dealing with. And it was all about, like, what if I don't deliver and people are disappointed because they put faith in book 2 and they supported book 1 and they came back for book 2, but then they're gonna just hate the book and they're not gonna come back for 3 or anything afterwards. And I'm going through the same thing now.
So do you think they'll hate 2.5?
Now you're passing on the
I
anxiety.
keep forgetting he's frozen.
See, you can
This is like, what do you think they'll hate 2.5?
yeah.
Yeah, he's got his like smiley face.
Yeah, you could just blame it on me.
No, I won't blame. If anything goes wrong, it will be not your fault. It'll be my fault. I have to blame myself because I'm even more paranoid because I'm like, well, 2.5, Michael's art is amazing, but now my writing has to stand on its own 2 feet. So I'm like, oh my god, now I have to actually be a real writer, but I'm not.
I wouldn't worry about that too much, Rainey.
Define real writer.
The
Yeah,
writing is
Mike
the
Coon
writing is
really was
good.
taking one for the team there for a little bit. That's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Mike Kuhn. Good job. Good job. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm a real. I do my best, but I don't think.
It's a good.
I don't
test.
really know what is a real writer. What do
If
you
the
guys think is
artist-
a real writer?
If the artist who's drawing it likes it, that's always a good test. That's always fun. Then they're like a
And
team on board. They believe in it. You know that.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and my editor likes it and gave some good feedback and some good dialogue edits. The people that I've shown have liked it, but the same thing with chapter 2. So hopefully it'll just turn out the same way, and I'm just being paranoid. Like, it's never gonna go away. But it's because I want every book to be better. I never want to stagnate, and I'll just forever have this paranoia of, okay, well, now people liked it up until now, but what if I fail? What if I fail and the next thing I put out, everybody's just gonna hate? Because I'm like, I want this to be good. Am I tipsy yet? Almost.
Here's the thing.
I'm wind up enough to start just having mild meltdowns, but we're gonna keep going.
The growth you had even between the first 2 books alone, I think, is enough faith that people are going to keep going. And especially when you say you haven't even reached your favorite part, people are really going to, I think, enjoy it. Oh my God, Alex.
Well, that's the. I mean, my favorite part is there's a lot of setup. That 1 and 2 has been a lot of setup, and 2.5, it's a one shot. It's not really setup. It's a one shot, self-contained story, and I really like it. Honestly, I've been waiting to get to the 2.5 stories since I began the series, but what I really want to get to right now is the chapter 4 reveal, and that's why I wanted to do chapter 3 as like 100+ page book, because I really want to get that plot point. And then Jake was telling me, no, you want to get to that plot point for yourself because you're trying to rush it. There's actually no need to rush it. So I don't want to rush the storytelling. Apparently the feedback I've been getting is I can break that chunk of story into 2 sections, so it doesn't have to be a 100-page book. So that's what I'm gonna go with, and I'm hoping it works. I'm super paranoid because
Did you finish thumbnailing it yet?
Yeah, 3 is
Send it to
thumbnail,
me.
not 4.
Send it to me. I want to take a look at it.
Okay. With yeah, I'm thumbnailing. I have to thumbnail 4. I want to design both books in one chunk because it's supposed to be, it's one story, but there's a great cliffhanger on the middle. So that I'm just going to cut it off right there, and it's going to be back to back. Hopefully, it's going to be okay. 3 fulfills immediately 4. Let's go. So that's my plan, because that was how I was going to draw it anyways. So and yeah, I'm still paranoid because I'm like, well, there's this reveal. I want to get to the reveal, but there are smaller reveals in 3 that are decent. So anyways, I sound like a crazy person because I'm referencing things that nobody else knows about. That was sold for 10. Thank you so much. Feel up to showing off a book 3 page. I'm sorry, no. I'm not that drunk yet. And I haven't, it's been mostly layouts. I sent an update with the, I've been penciling one of the early pages, like this big splash page I have at the beginning. But mostly I've been working on layouts and refining that and writing, and I have commissions that I owe other people. So I've been working on that. It's like I'm really busy for the next couple of weeks. So, but yeah, the thumbnailing takes a lot of time. And I don't know if it's the same for everybody, but for me, the most work-intensive stage is thumbnailing. Like, it's so much work. And to me, with drawing, with the actual penciling and inking, that is relaxing. That's like a Zen state. There's some problem solving, but it's it's a lot of it is muscle memory, and occasionally there's problem solving with like designing things, but designing things is fun, and just rendering and making things look pretty is fun. It's a lot of work, but it's fun work. You know what I mean? I really enjoy doing it, and I've been doing that for a long time. But the storytelling part, which is what thumbnailing is, never gets easier, and that's where all the heavy problem solving is, and that's where I have to make sure the page designs are good. That's where I have to make sure, and I letter during the thumbnail stage, so I'm trying to lock down what the dialogue will be and whether the storytelling flows, and if it just feels right, for lack of a better way to put it. And it's hard. I've been working on these thumbnails since October, and that's 60 pages exactly so far, and I'm hoping it's good. And I'm waiting for some feedback right now, and nobody's talking to me. It's frustrating, but yeah.
You need feedback?
I sent it to somebody. Yeah, okay, Vaughn, I'll send it to you.
I'm fucking with
Holy
you.
shit!
No, I was I think the thumbnailing stage, even as like a writer, talking the back and forth with my artist can be a pain too for him. I feel bad because I understand that. Like it's like it's deceptively simple because you want to make sure you get it right. But yeah, after that, I thought it's really simple. Like once you have the layout, that's it. There's like little tweaks here and there, like you'd be like, "I'll fix that face," but yeah, it's really cool learning every step of the process.
See, I absolutely love doing. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely love doing the thumbnail stage. Just for whatever reason, I just love getting it all plopped down and stuff to the point where I'm afraid that my thumbnails look better than my actual finals, which sometimes happens because I'm more loose and I can express my art more freely because I'm just quickly brainstorming and drawing, and it just flows. And then when I'm actually trying to draw it, and then it just like, oh crap, why does my thumbnail look more natural than my actual, it just happens that way. So
Yeah, I know with like sketches, sometimes I feel that, and adding more action and just movement into my finals is something I've been struggling with. If you look at my old work, like the way I naturally draw is very like structural, and I'm a perfectionist. But what I realize is there's not enough cartooniness and movement in it. So I think I know what you're talking about, Michael, with what just struggling to keep that gesture and the looseness. And translate that in sketch form that we all have, that energy into the finals is like, that's a skill unto its own that you learn like after, okay, you know how to draw, you know anatomy and you know layouts, but then there's the stylization. That's like the level up, right?
yeah. So like I just recently, not too long ago, sent a brainstorming thumbnail sketch to somebody, and I love the way I have it postured and positioned. And it was just so quick and loose. It's like I nailed it right there. I'm like, all right, then I haven't done the final yet, but I'm scared I'm not going to nail that look.
I know that feeling. I'm sure you'll do fine though. I'm sure you'll do fine. You're I'm glad that to have you on this. But you know what? Like obviously, like, you have a really good design sense, and I think that is very valuable. Like this, like obvious guys, this is Michael's cover. I colored it. The art is Michael's, his design as well. And the oh, by the way, let me go to the updates and show you guys. Oh no, you know what? Hold on. Let me just pull up the because the updates for some reason on Fund My Comic are teeny tiny. So I'm just gonna pull it up in the browser. So give me one second.
That too. I was like, what? Why is it so small?
I know. I didn't upload an image. I uploaded an image that was way bigger. So I don't know what's up with that. But here, let me go. Where did I put this? Oh my god, it's everywhere. Ugh. I have about 80 folders for Fiendish, guys, so it takes me like a while to find stuff. It's kind of insane. Here we go. Yay! So there, that's the that's one of the 2 posters that everybody is getting.
Yay!
That is Michael. That's also Michael's design, and he just did that. I didn't even ask for. Well, we need another poster. He was just like, I came up with this. Like, do you want it? I'm like, yes.
So good.
I do. It's great. Yeah. It's such a great idea.
I love designing posters and stuff. So.
Well, it seems like you're just someone who likes drawing. Like you come with an idea, just
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it so much.
You can tell when someone has an enthusiasm for the media or like what they're drawing.
Yeah.
It often comes across, and I love that.
Definitely a little tipsy now. I'm disappointed now.
I was wondering what you were responding to. I thought you were like agreeing or something.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I don't agree with you ever. That doesn't happen. So yeah, this poster is great. I need to color it. I have some work to do this weekend, but
Irene, I also think this poster is great. So it seems like we're in agreement.
Well, I think this poster is greater than you think it is. Therefore, we're not in agreement anymore. Anyways, this is the other mini print that everyone is getting.
I'm so glad we're getting this.
Me too, man.
I'm glad people like it. It's I wasn't expecting it because it was just a sketch. I did an auction for the launch stream if anybody missed it, and it was an auction sketch, but people liked it, so here it is. I finished it up. There you go. Yay! Yeah. So the next stretch goal that we're very close to is giving Michael a bonus. So please help us get there. Thank you. That's all. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something else. Oh, I have super chats. Holy shit. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, real quick though, Down Go Solo, show off what you did for me. I would, but my camera's frozen, so I don't know if I think this is all we're getting is my face. So I'm not sure if I'm able to I'm not sure if I'm able to share the cover. So
Maybe
I can
you
try.
you can pop out and pop back in.
Hold on, let me see if I can try to
That'll
pull it up.
probably fix it.
Yeah, let me see if I can try and pull that up. Let's see.
Oh, you can just screen share. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed this. Victor for $1.99. Thank you. I want. Oh, what?
What?
What happened?
Tickle Jake with a feather. I don't know what that means. I want to do other things to Vaughn. Thank you very much for the super chat.
You
Oh,
what?
what
You want to do other things to me?
Just so you know, he's trying to get you to say it, Renie. So this is like a quote for you to say it.
I know, yeah, which is why I'm going to not read it, but thank you very much for the super chat. Oh dear. That goes solo, Killer Show book page. I got that. Thank you very much. Alex VRB for 5. Thank you so much. Alright, it's super late and I have to get up for work in no hours. Oh god, you back now. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much, Alex VRB, and appreciate your support. Appreciate you being here as always. Have a great night. Good night. Thank you. Dad goes solo for 10. Thank you so much. Let me see something. I'd love to send something your books way. You want to send something my way? You layouts or something correct? I don't know what I can show. There's very little that I'm willing to show right now.
All right, Renie. I tried sharing.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
I got it. Yay. That's correct.
Yep, that's one of them.
Wow.
Next.
I did for him. And then there was the cover I did for him. Let's see if I can pull that up. This right here. Here we go.
Yeah.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
Great composition.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Michael? So originally I was gonna do something almost exactly the same. And then you did yours first, and then I'm like, God damn it. Now I have to, but I love these moments where I'm like, okay. I thought it would be really cool to have her just like pointing her sword at the camera, and it's really dynamic, and there's a lot of depth. And then you did the exact thing. I will show you the thumbnail. I had the same idea, but I'm like, you know what? Mecca already did it, and it's so good. So I had to come up with something else. So mine is going to be her standing on some dead bodies. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Hey,
who did the logo? The logo's fun. Anyone know?
I'm not sure. You probably have to ask Down Go Solo. I'm not sure who did it.
It's a logo. I don't know who did it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a good composition. It's very, very good. Show it. Douglas was always trying to get me to show stuff that I shouldn't be yet. No. This is a secret. 2.5 is only 25 pages. Oh, you're talking about chapter 3. No, there's no way of there's no way of me showing I'm not gonna show anything with chapter 3 yet. It's too spoilery. I already told people where the story is generally going. I told everyone we're going to Dorvo, but trust me, like, you guys know I'm good with spoilers. I cannot spoil anything. There are some pages I have marked my thumbnails as I work. This I can show. This I can show. So, and those are the only pages I can show because we're getting to a point, especially this section of the story. Like, you don't understand. I can't show very much, especially right now. But chapter 3 is going to look so fucking good, and it's going to be done traditionally. And I have it figured out. I've got this whole system where I've been doing some tests. I'm going to be inking, but with colored pencils, like black colored pencils mixed with inks, because I'm trying to emulate the style I came up with working digitally. So it's going to be digital pencils. I'm going to work traditionally. So we're going to have traditional pages on the chapter 3 campaign, and I just can't wait. So awesome. I hope you guys like it as well.
It'll be great. Yep.
Yeah.
Like I would ask for if I could see your thumbnails to chapter 3, but I don't want to get spoiled. That's how much I want to be surprised.
Yeah, wait, no, that's a good point.
Yeah, I want to be surprised because I know what's coming, but I want to be surprised.
I don't know.
I know. Okay, Michael is one of the few people that have. I'm sure there are other readers that have paid attention enough to pick up on some things, but he's the only one who has told me, like, hey, this thing looks like the solution. And I'm like, yeah, it's really obvious, isn't it? And I'm sure a lot of people picked up on it, but nobody has actually, like, said it. So
To go back through.
I think you know what's coming, but it's about how it happens, and like
that's
I
what I want.
want that. Like I want it to be. That's what we were talking about with you. You can have a plot, but how it happens matters, and that's what I'm always worried about. And I never want to just get comfortable and present things in a way where I'm just going through the plot. Like how it happens needs to be really good, and that always takes effort.
Yes.
So it's a lot of fun, but it takes a lot of effort.
Yeah, and I don't want to be spoiled on it. That's why I haven't asked. I haven't asked like I want to see chapter 3. No, I want to be surprised. So
yeah, you know what I can show? It's just a cover,
Ooh,
and it's not spoilery.
let's
You
see
want
it.
to see it?
Yeah.
It's super rough. You guys want to see how I started out my cover? It's rough as shit. I will show you something. You guys are in luck. All right. There is something I can reveal. Let's see. Yeah, I've worked on the opening spread, which is not. It's actually not the opening. It's page 2 because to add like. Anyways, I've worked on that spread you guys saw. Those are the pages. I will be sharing some pages with chapter 3, but those I marked the pages that I can share. Like I said, I'm gonna be very careful. But with in case this hasn't been mentioned or it's not obvious, I try to make the campaign covers non-spoilery. So the and then the permanent covers after the campaign have more story elements. Because the book's already out, I can have something that happens in the story. That's why the chapter 2
right, that makes sense.
Cover, the chapter 2 campaign cover. Let me screen.
Although you started drawing it when I think before mine arrived, right? I'm trying to remember. Didn't you start? When did you start drawing it? The chapter 2, because I think I remember going, "Oh, that's where it comes from." Like I'm pretty sure you started, or am I wrong on that? Pretty sure you started drawing it though while it was fulfilling.
Yeah, but at least after the book fulfills, or at least after the campaign is over. But so this is the chapter 2 campaign cover, but this is the permanent cover. And I kind of got this theme going where I've actually tried to plan out, and what I realized is covers are hard, and sometimes I just don't know what will be a good cover until the book is actually done, because then it's real and you see the details more. But with the I tentatively tried to plan out a few covers, and I think we're going to have this pattern of the campaign covers are like the flashy, sexy ones that are actiony, but then the permanent covers are more location based and they're more story based, and it's going to look like chapter 1 was. Let me see. Can I do this? All right, I can do that, and that's not too spoilery. This is the chapter 1 cover, but this is the permanent cover. So it's kind of this more location-based one. It's actually a really old drawing. And then this is chapter 2 permanent cover. And they're more like the group in an environment. And that's what I'm going to have. But here's what I'm actually going to show. This is what I think will be the campaign cover for chapter 3. That's what I have right now.
Yes.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah. It's super rough. I apologize. It's so rough.
The tits are very accentuated.
Listen. I got the tits down though.
And the butt.
But kids
do not doubt my ability to draw.
I'm not doubting that at all. Why do you think I wanted you to draw Tifa so badly?
There you go. But yeah, I've got Cosme and Ragna, and I think I've already mentioned, like, this isn't a spoilery thing. We're gonna have a lot of demons in chapter 3, a lot of them, and we're gonna have Cosme and Ragna teaming up. So that's not spoilery because the mystery is the spoilery part, right? So this will be the campaign cover, I think, and I'm gonna slowly start working on this. So I'm excited because I was banging my head against the wall again, trying to think of what to do for a campaign cover. I have the permanent cover locked down, but I can't show that yet. Oh my god, the chapter 4 campaign cover is awesome, but I can't show that yet either. Anyways, I love doing this stuff. Oh my god, I love designing things and figuring out how to present it. It's so much fun. I'll show you after the stream, Michael. I hope you like it.
Okay, yeah.
Yay! I'm glad you guys like it. Demko Solo wants to be shown more. No.
Let me help.
No, I can't. I can't show anything. There's gonna be a lot of demons, and it's gonna I'm going to have different types too. And I just realized that. Well, I've technically only had the characters fight one demon, and so this is what I was worried with chapter 2 was that chapter 1 was like a giant demon fight, and people seemed to like that. And they were like, we want more character stuff, but we also like the demon fight. So I'm like, okay, but chapter 2 is all character stuff. So what I was having a meltdown about was like, oh my god, people don't get demons in chapter 2. And I thought people would hate that, but actually nobody had a problem with it. But we're going to return to the demons because I'm like, okay, I set things, I kind of like, chapter 1 was a kickoff, chapter 2 was character stuff. I want people to get to know the characters because I want you to care. And then chapter 3 is like, okay, we're actually launching into the proper story because we have to set up, the characters, and now everything moves forward really quickly, right? And I believe in having a solid setup before just launching into things.
Yeah.
And you can forgo that, but I tend to like stories that have a proper setup and make the readers care or get to know the characters more. And it might be a sacrifice at the beginning, but I think it's fine. I think if it's done well, it'll be worth it, and the readers will still be satisfied. But yeah, chapter 3 is. But I just realized that we've only had one demon fight. There's going to be so many other types of demons. I've been designing more, and I think I need to push it further. That's another fun thing about like doing a fantasy world. It's just designing and working with not just designing the characters, but the creatures. And I think the chapter 1 demon, I can push it further. So we're going to see more different types of them, and I need to find a way to keep the same general design principles because they're all kind of from the same place, but they don't all look the same. We're going to have a lot of different looking ones and they have different abilities and all this shit. So I have to figure that out. So yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't need to worry about that too much because I honestly, and I'm not saying I don't think the demons are cool, but I didn't miss them in chapter 2 because I think I was so compelled by the characters that it's like you want to see them.
That's good.
I think that's how. Listen, I'm writing Phenomenova issue 1. The team Phenomenova does not appear. Phenomenova does not appear in Phenomenova issue 1. Sometimes it's okay to take your time getting there. Sometimes you got to get to the point. Like you got to take your time. I think I understand the need to get to the action, but
yeah,
I think you have to care when you get there. I've read indie books where it's like, holy shit, slow down, because it's like they have a page count, and I'm like, all right, I'm not getting I didn't care enough. Whereas Fiendish 2, it's like, okay, I know they're going somewhere, and I care enough to follow them, however long it takes. But
I'm gonna tell you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But if you hadn't taken that time, people might not have cared as much.
That's just the thing, though. I felt like especially with Yomi, I need to take the time. And Casimir's setup, and there's a whole other, chapter 2.5 is a lot of setup for him, but there's more stuff about his backstory that I can take more time with Casimir. Yomi and Ragna has her own backstory moment. Each character has their own time to shine throughout the story at multiple points. Yomi's point to shine is definitely early on in the story. And I remember Jake was joking that Yomi's not the main character. I don't mind if people view it that way. The way I have everything structured is Casimir is a strategist that's moving everything forward. He decides where we go, but he is a quieter character, so he's in the background for the beginning. Even though once, especially at the end of book 4, you realize that, well, he's clearly the one making the decisions. He's just not as bombastic as everyone else. Yomi is the one that goes through her arc earliest. So that's why I'm focusing on her so much in chapter 2. Mm-hmm. And I have this kind of domino effect of each character's arc affects the other one throughout the story. And this is like 9 or 10 books. So I have the time. I have everything planned out. It's just Yomi first, and then kind of Iskul, Casimir, Ragna. There's a structure to this. There's a plan. But yeah, so I do believe in having a setup first. You can't take too long to get to the action because people will be bored, but this is not mystery box storytelling. And I hate that people think that, well, if you take your time, well, it's not that I hate that people think that. I understand because this has been done badly a lot. I think a lot of franchises or franchises have created this idea that if you take too much time or if you try to spend time setting things up, that means it's mystery box. That means you're just tricking the readers and there's nothing there. No. That's not what I'm going for. Yeah, not at all. I'm setting things up for a purpose, and I try my best to make sure everything pays off. I'm sure I'm not going to do a perfect job, but there are things that I set up in chapter 2 where I'm like, oh, this will be fun, but I want everything that happens, all the characters will come back. Like, I want the blacksmith to be a recurring character. I want that bitchy shaman. Maybe she'll come back in the future because that's how you build a realistic world. And that's how, and I have use for these characters. I can have them come back into the story. Hopefully I can achieve it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think.
Don't we sleep? No, I don't.
No, we're artists.
On occasion.
Writers.
On occasion.
Never.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an important aspect is making sure, again, the characters are the most important part. But even with mystery box, like I have mysteries. When I started coming with ideas, I'm hoping that eventually I could put them out at a faster rate. But like domino effect that too. But like I have ideas where I feel like people are going to be telling me, Vaughn, you didn't even explain this. I'm like, give me a second, man. It'll come in however many issues, maybe issue 50. But trust me, man, I have a reason. It's sometimes you have to, if the payoff is going to be worth it, get there. The thing is, you have a much more limited series, like 9 or 10 books. That's very good, like size for a series, I think, in terms of limited.
I try to keep it manageable, and so everyone says don't do like a big epic thing for your first project. First of all, this is not my first project. I'm not the most experienced ever, but I've done comics before and like self-published comics. But also, I'm not trying to create some big epic thing. I'm really not. This just happened. This just happened. Like, I'm serious. I was just like, I have a story and I have an idea, and it just happened. So
yeah.
I trimmed a lot of stuff, and that's how the 0.5 chapters came about. I had a lot of side quests and flashbacks and world building stuff that I thought were good stories in isolation, and that's what I made the 0.5 chapters. So they're good to have, but I'm trimming things that aren't essential to the main plot, and if it's not essential, I'm just throwing it out. There's a lot of stuff that, if it can be implied by inference, because I trust that my readers are smart, and I know they are, and they'll pick up on stuff, and they'll just puzzle things together. I don't need to explain everything. There's going to be a lot of stuff in the story that is just, well, how did this character end up here? And I don't need to explain it. I know how they ended up there, but I don't need to explain it because I've thought of it. And if my readers think about it, I know they'll figure it out and stuff like that, right? So, but I think the problem with a lot of stuff, like, for example, bad writing, like what the Game of Thrones show became, was they have things happening and they don't explain. Like, they have characters teleporting. Like the Rings of Power and Game of Thrones both had this problem. Characters teleporting. That's just one example, but they don't actually have, the writers don't even have an explanation. They weren't thorough. They didn't commit and think about how everything actually plays out. They didn't live in their world first. They were viewing, I feel like a lot of writers for these shows, or like these really bad creations, they view things from above. They're not actually in the world. They don't view things from their character's point of view. And you're not living the story from your character's perspective. So you don't think about problems like, well, my character is walking somewhere that on the map is 2 weeks away. How do they get there? Do they have a steed? What packs are they carrying? They're going to need change of clothes. Is it snowy? Will they have snowshoes? What weapons will they have to defend themselves from? Like, do they have anywhere to trade on the way? And if you're in the world and thinking from your character's point of view, then you will think of these things, but it's almost like they're not doing that, and I think that's a folly. I think that's how teleportation, like what happened in Game of Thrones, happens. Is horrible. So I'm gonna aim to not do that.
Not to be horrible. That's a pretty good goal.
Yeah, it's a pretty low bar.
It's a pretty low bar.
But,
You could do
that's
it.
the most.
You might be able to clear it.
Yeah, that's the most I can aim for. Thank you, Master Dan. My campaign is running out. Oh my gosh, yeah, it ends tomorrow, guys. Yes, it does.
Yep.
Look at what I got. This is a total tangent, but look. I got a corgi butt.
Oh.
What?
No. Why do you want that?
Yeah, why do you want that? What?
No, somebody gifted it to me.
It's an
Corgi butt.
convenient
You
excuse.
requested.
Was it Jake?
No.
Was it you?
I actually don't know. It was on my wish list, though.
See? What, do you have an
But it's so
Amazon wish list or
cute.
something?
Yeah.
Why did you
Corgi butt.
want it?
It was cute. I love corgis. They're so adorable.
You put that like
Corgis are
in the window or
adorable.
something, so it looks like the corgi got stuck in the window.
No, it's like a car. It's like a car neck rest thing.
Okay.
And look at the little feet. It's so adorable. Oh, I'm happy. Maybe I should do it. Oh, look, I got a oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't show this on stream. It's nothing. It's just a stuffed animal, but I didn't take the address off yet, so let me not do that.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I'm just stream. Yep. So I'm gonna be careful, but I need to do an unboxing stream of all this other stuff because I got some books that I need to unbox. I have tons of shit that I just picked up from the post office, from my PO box. Someone will listen. Oh no. I like cute things, okay? Sue me. All right. But yeah, I am curious though. So with we were talking about the other day with Narwhal with Earthbound, that's your big thing that you came up with. And we're mentioning with Jake how well when we were all 27, 28-ish, we had our ideas and we Vaughn was 12, so apparently Vaughn is a prodigy ahead of us. With like how long?
Second grade.
Yes, wow, amazing. How long do you have these projects planned, you guys? And Michael too, because you have your own thing, right?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and start. I've had this idea, this fantasy world since I guess when I was in college, but didn't really put it all together until like 2016. And then just started writing notes and world building because you're all getting old.
Yeah.
I am, which is why, you know what? It lights a fucking fire under your ass.
Yeah. I'm 42, so.
Oh, you don't look it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I
That's
didn't
the great Asian genes. So.
They are great.
Yep. Thank my mom for that. But no, I've been mostly just like I'm so worried about how my world will feel, so I just kept world building, and then it was supposed to start out easy, and then somewhere along the line it became very complicated to the point where I'm scared to release this thing because I'm like, what if I just fail? So I'm trying to simplify it again after my 3 revisions of how the world works. So I am planning on doing something with it sometime this year, though. So
cool.
Good for
That's
you,
sweet.
man.
Yeah, there's like a leap of faith moment eventually, and it's like it builds up. This is what we were kind of talking about. It builds up to like a little bit of like fuck it kind of thing. Like, all right,
Yeah,
now or never.
Yeah.
Like, it's time.
I've had a few of those within it.
Mhm.
For who wants to go
Mhm.
next? I mean,
No, you can go ahead.
for me, I came up with this idea. I mean, it took through even within the stream multiple ideas. Actually, you got through your guys' streams. A few of the revisions had to come into place. Well, one in particular. But when I was in second grade, I came up with an idea for Lightning Lad was the name of the character at the time.
Riveting.
That was an original. I think it's a great name. So did someone else in the 1950s, which I found out. And I was heartbroken when I found out that it was taken. But the character's name was Josh Hanksley originally. And it would be like I'd plan them out as movies. I had 7 movies planned out. And I put it aside for years. And then I had a bunch of other ideas. And eventually it kind of came back as The Vortex was the second name of it. And I kept kind of coming back and eventually kind of reached, like, I think when it really started coming into it, even before it was a comic book, was when I had a friend tell me, come do something interesting for the world. And when I decided to set it after World War III is when it really started to crystallize. And then when I realized that comics were a better medium to tell the story because of the idea, the churning out of ideas, you know. But I guess it would be, I'd look back at some of the names I came up with when I was little, like the main villain, Darklight. I'm like, that's cool. And then some of the other ones I remember I was looking at in class. One of the fire guys, for example, was Flamethrower. My friend turns to me and goes, dude, that name sucks. I'm like, all right. You know, but so I would just kind of, it was like that childish passion. And I kept rewriting it over and over. And eventually it was one of the drafts I remember was like I had almost matured too much away from it.
You're fine. Keep going.
But I think it's just kind of like you have to have that childish spark with a mix of like actual good writing. Because holy God, my ideas. Like my main villain's whole thing was that he couldn't afford to pay for his wife's treatment, but then the final battle is he has a giant army, and I'm like, well, how the fuck did he find out it's the army if he can't pay for that? So when you're a kid, you overlook those things, and then as you grow up,
exactly. That's interesting because I think we've talked about this on the block before or on a draw stream, but or maybe it was just like when we were chatting about stories in our own time, but what I discovered, I thought it was just me, but apparently a lot of people have like their throwaway stories. And what that mean is this grand project that you have before you're ready to actually like put something out. And part of me is like, okay, I kind of wish I followed through with several of the ideas I had in my 20s because I had this kind of sci-fi idea. It was mostly a crime story. It was just futuristic. It wasn't really sci-fi, but it was set in Asia. It was like Hong Kong and Taiwan. I was working on it for years, like all through college and years afterwards. And I was writing it, but I didn't know anything about writing. And I'm just like, well, is stuff happening? It just wasn't right. It wasn't good enough. And I just like stopped working on it one day. I even started drawing pages because I was thinking, well, let me just get started. Maybe it'll manifest if I start drawing the pages. And it just wasn't, it wasn't there. It was really weird. It's so strange because looking back, it's so obvious what I needed to do, but at the time it wasn't. And so I had that project. And then I had Shaman Child, which is my webcomic it was a pretty basic storyline, but I did do 1 issue of it. I did, about 30 pages of it? But oh my God, it's so weird. Like 30 pages is nothing to me now. But at the time I was like, I did 30 pages while I was working an animation day job. Yeah. And I had all these other projects that I didn't manage to finish anything that wasn't a one-shot comic. So I have a lot of short comics, but all the big projects, I just like I never could figure out how to make them work until Fiendish. And I hear that's common for some creators where early on you have projects where you get out all your bad ideas. And I think that's what I was doing, which is why I say, well, I don't think I'm a natural writer, but I try to learn as much as I can.
Yeah. You were saying, Renie, on Creative Block, how like the structures of storytelling, they apply to like just the scene or just the page too, you know, like they call that fractal, where it's like the same structurally on a small scale or a large scale. And even like with manga or whatever, like 20 volumes will have like a beginning, middle, and end or whatever. And that also like a page will. But that's one thing is like when you start drawing your own stuff, I think you can kind of feel if these projects that we start that you don't finish, you notice that they're like boring on some level because you're drawing it and it's just not there. And then when you do get a project where it is kind of clicking, and that's something for me, if I'm going like every scene has to be fun for me to draw, or I kind of won't do it.
Dude, and sometimes you have to be in the right mindset for it to click. Like I have a whole slasher movie script that I wrote, right? And it's like I know I eventually I want to make it and like rewrite it, and it's like I have to be in that headspace again. Or like there are ideas that I'll come up with. Like there's this one revenge story that keeps coming to me, and it's like I have to just get it at one point. It's kind of like this when I would like with the superhero idea, I'd go in and out of superhero or I'd go in and out of phases. And so that's this story, even though I bitch about it, how it's like, ugh, why is it taking so long? It had to arrive when it did, you know. If I hadn't learned the actual good writing, it was originally a movie idea when I was a kid, and the character was always going to be whatever age I was. Because he was definitely not a self-insert, but I was because I was gonna write, direct, and star it while I was in second grade was my genuine plan. And eventually I was like, okay, I have to decide on an age. And what's interesting is now that I'm older than the character, it's like I have to look back on high school, and part of me is like, oh, I actually did kind of mature a little bit since then. But it's interesting because now. It's interesting because now it's like I'm writing. I have to like go back to the well. As a kid,
you could pass for high school in a movie.
I can.
For the record, Vaughn's a good actor. I don't know if people know this.
Yes, I am.
Vaughn actually is a good actor. So like, you know, I'll make fun of him all day, every day, but he can act.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I had to. I remember when COVID happened, it fucked up one of my classes. I'm so mad. We had to read a script that we never read and direct scenes in the movie. And there was one the COVID happened, and then I had to play both characters in the scene at my house. Oh,
that sounds fun.
I have it on YouTube.
Thanks. Yeah. This came up. Go ahead, then I'll go if you're going to read it.
Oh no, I was just. I think this is directed at Vaughn. Are there any ideas left over from your superhero ideas? I don't know who that's directed at. Dongo Solo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. Some of them are left over from other ideas, and some are superheroes. I found that the superhero genre is a perfect idea farm. That's one of the things I realized I love about it is that. You could just, once you have a world where all that is possible, you could do it. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of it came from other stuff and a lot of it came from this. And I think that like, this is my Phenomenova, like that whole world is my biggest idea farm. I think of everything. Mm-hmm. Once I'm in that world, I'm like, yes. And then that could lead to this and that could lead to this. That could lead to this. And so a lot of my ideas are now just that. I do have ideas outside of it. And it's Billy Tucci, and I might even want to get. You did one tweet that it was like how you were never a fan of the genre. I might want to use a version of that as a quote. Actually,
shouldn't have given you that. It's fine.
That's fine. Well, I do have it. It's a matter of public record.
No, you can use it. No. I read the script for chapter 1. I liked it, and I never really latched onto superhero comics, but I think it's not the fault of the genre. It's that, so I didn't grow up in the States. By the time I moved here, it was like, about 2010-ish, and there was most of the good stuff. By the time I got through college, it was like 2010s, and then the stuff was getting weird already. You know what I mean?
Oh my! So, that's when I first was getting into comics, and I was like, "What? What are they doing?"
Well, yeah, the new stuff I didn't latch onto it, so I think it didn't occur to me, well, go read the catalog, because it was intimidating for me. Because I'm like, there's 60 years of stuff, and I didn't have friends that were really into superhero comics, which is fucking weird, isn't it? Because I went to school for comics, by the way.
Weird.
But
really weird.
Everybody I know was either, there were like indie, but not indie like we are. They were either web comics or ash cans or I don't even know. And I mean, like I'm not talking shit about the people who went to college, but a lot of them are really cool. But I didn't really know anyone that was interested enough in superhero comics to give me a recommendation. We'll read this book on this specific run. I read some stuff during college, but we weren't required. It was kind of assumed that, well, you've read the important comics, and we didn't focus that much on superhero comics. Honestly, it was more I've read some of the classics. So I've read Watchmen, V for Vendetta, and a few others. But there's also, I never read like a long form. I didn't grow up with Batman, is what I'm saying. So
yeah.
Anyways, but I liked what I saw with Phenomenova. I think that, and also revisiting some older superhero comics recently, which I'm going through some of Frank Miller's work.
Yeah, we gotta schedule that still.
Like I read stuff like 300 and Sin City, because what I did latch onto was Image and indie stuff that was like, this is a limited run. I can handle that, and I really like stuff like, Aspen and Witchblade. But yeah, I understand what superheroes are about, and I get why people like them. And
I didn't know you read Witchblade or Aspen stuff.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I like his work. His work is really good.
Kevin Ryan, by the way, I've never read any Bronze Justice League. I'll have to check it out. We gotta, now that I finally freed up my Sundays, we'll turn that into comic strip club days at some point.
We'll figure it out.
I think after I launch my campaign, we should start it.
Renie, I gotta be off to bed here in a second. Can we check your campaign?
Oh yeah, let's check Renie's first.
Yeah, let's check it real quick.
Then we'll go back to my brilliant campaign.
The brilliance.
This campaign is now about Vaughn, everybody.
No, yeah, guys, this couldn't have happened without me. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
I'm happy to promote you all the time. No, really, Phenomenova is very good. But also, before that, this is the campaign that is closing tomorrow.
Another backer came in.
Yay! I'm happy.
It was at 605 last time, but yeah, it was at 500 something, so it did go up. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, that's amazing. I think it was at 2 backers came in since we started, so that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. 2 or 3
I need
backers.
to double check. It's funny because it's been open a while, and now I'm like, did I back it? So I'm gonna figure out if I did it. If I haven't.
Oh no! 1 day to go, guys. Only 1 day. This will end tomorrow. Blech, what is this? Go away. February 25, 3 a.m. Eastern, it's just so on Fund My Comic, which I think is actually a really cool feature. You can set exactly what hour it ends at. It's not like Indiegogo where it just automatically ends on Pacific time. But I know that, well, most of my audience, because I have been launching on Indiegogo, and I think ending on Pacific time, it's more consistent. So I just set it to end at midnight Pacific time tomorrow.
Commie time?
3 a.m. Why is that?
Because it's California time.
Don't interject, Vaughn. I'm talking. So it's 3 a.m. Eastern time. 3 a.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow is when it technically Sunday. Wait, that is tomorrow. Oh my God. I've had a lot of wine, guys. Forgive me. Is when this campaign is coming down, and there is no in-demand-ish thing. Fund My Comic does have a storefront function, but I don't have that set. I'm just going to close this down, and then we're going to finish coloring and lettering it, and then we're going to print in March and fulfilling in April. So this is a quick turnaround. I planned it this way. I'm looking forward to putting this book in your hands in very short order. So if you want this, especially the campaign covers, if you like these covers, you will have to back it out because my campaign covers are campaign exclusive. I will have 2.5, because people haven't asked me. I will have 2.5 with 3, but it won't be with this cover. Okay. And I might have some bonus material that will be taken out, because this is how I operate. I will have catch-up perks in all my campaigns, but you'll never get the same cover again. And there's going to be extra content that I'll take out. So, but the story content will be there. But I want my campaign editions to be campaign exclusive. These are for people that supported the initial project and got it off the ground, made the printing possible. So I want to reward everyone with a collector's item, and that's what these campaign covers are intended to be. So if you would like one of those, then now is the time to back it, just like this black and white cover that you can get in the bundle. And yeah, thank you everyone for supporting this project. I really appreciate it.
Yay!
Nice. Cool.
Love you guys.
Cool.
Good night, Dago Solo. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Narwhal. And thank you for joining us tonight as well.
No problem. Yeah. Have good luck with the continuation of the closeout tomorrow. I'll be keeping a close eye on it and rooting for it. I did back it.
Thank you. Yay! Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
So
it.
no extra money from me, just the one backing this time.
Okay,
Yeah, no, maybe
that's
I'll back
fine.
it.
Try and convince people to give you. Oh, let me know
So
if you end
no,
up
you
doing a
back
stream tomorrow. I know you said you're probably not going to, right?
Probably not. Yeah, probably. I mean,
Because you're on Slack.
Lame. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
probably
I'll-
sleep. I'll probably be
Sleep?
sleeping most of the day, and if I do I need to do an unboxing stream, but I think I'm just gonna do that Sunday because I'm gonna do a draw. I stream almost every day of the week now. Like, oh my god, just whoo. Okay, I need to actually get drawing done. So yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
no, that's
Really
what
good.
I'm
I'll
doing.
see you guys for the drawing stream, at least on Sunday.
Okay.
That will still be happening.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll be there
Yep.
for that. Cool. All right. Well,
Fantastic.
everyone have a good night, and I'll see you guys later.
All right.
This was
See you,
fun.
Normal.
Good night, Noel.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Woo! And there were 3.
Ah!
I like how Michael's... You didn't have to yell. Oh my god. You're so rude.
Okay.
Cross stream, yes. Okay, this is a little terrifying. Let's go.
All right. Sorry.
No, not you. It was Vaughn. You didn't terrify me.
What did
Vaughn.
I do?
We're not gonna
I'm scary, Renie? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was gonna show something. I forgot. The holy hand grenades that people need their baby sleep. No, okay. Listen, people like us are anomalies, and I need to sleep on a normal schedule, but I can't. Like, if I was left to my own devices, if I didn't have stuff to do during the day, and because for some reason most people are awake during daylight hours, I would sleep till noon every day, and I would get shit done. I would like leave the house occasionally in the afternoon to like get groceries or run errands, but then like I would sleep till noon and then just draw all night, all afternoon and all night. That's my natural schedule, right? I can't help it. What I really like is working during the night because there's no distraction. It's all dark and quiet, and I just like it. It's great.
Yeah, you do have a day job as well too, Rainey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't mention it.
No,
Secret.
you don't. You don't have to mention it. But I mean, I have a day job, and I'm pretty sure you have one too. So yeah, we don't sleep.
Secret. It's a secret. I don't tell anybody about it.
Okay.
Yeah, vampire. I am a vampire. Yes. This is why I have a lot of shit to do, and people think it's an excuse. No, I am really fucking busy. It's absolutely insane.
Unbelievably busy. Trust me, guys.
Today, I had a little bit of free time, and I was driving around everywhere. Look, this is what I did today. I ran by the post office. I picked up a bunch of stuff that I had in my PO box. I had to get some things for my car because, of course, I fucked up my car and I have stuff to get. I have to get car parts. I have to get this the fender replaced. So I went to get that. And then I had to go to the bank, and then I had to go mail stuff, and then I come back and draw some art, then I go back to mail stuff, and then I had to do a bunch of business stuff, and of course answer customer questions, and I have to get caught up on my DMs, which I haven't done yet. That's one thing I haven't done because people have been asking for commissions, and then I had to do some roughs for commissions as well, and then I got like a 30-minute nap before starting to stream. That was my day, guys.
Wow, catching DMs are time consuming, man. Especially when you're scheduling. Like,
it's a lot of work. And I'm not trying to bitch because, like, I'm really grateful for being this busy. But man, whew, it's a lot of work.
You said Asian woman messed up her car. No.
Hey, listen, man.
Dude, I was listening.
Listen.
I don't know if I'd be able to let you drive. I don't know. I'd be scared.
Haven't you been in my car?
No,
And
you've been in my car. I haven't been in your car.
I drove people everywhere in Tampa. Okay.
No, the Uber driver drove us. It almost killed us.
We had like the most crazy Uber driver in Tampa. It was so funny.
Fucking nuts. Love him.
I forgot where we were coming back from, but we all called. Don't share it.
He almost killed people, Irene.
No, don't fucking share it. That's not cool.
Joking.
I'm telling
you.
Joking. Okay.
Oh my God.
But let me tell you the story. So in Tampa, we were all coming back from some kind of it was right after the show. We might have called an Uber to get back from the convention center. But this Uber driver was was out of it the whole time, and there was this. It was an intersection, and the hotel was on the other side. So, anyways, you had to turn and then cross to the other side, and you had to cross a crosswalk because the hotel was right past the crosswalk on the other side of this cross-shaped intersection, you know what I mean? And this guy, there was a family and also this lady walking in the crosswalk, and he just kept driving towards the crosswalk, and I was just sitting there. I was in the fucking passenger seat, I think, and I'm like,
wait, I thought I was. What are you? Wait, hang on. Who was in the passenger seat?
It doesn't matter. And the point was, he just didn't stop, like a pedestrian stop for him. And I'm just like, you're gonna stop, right? You're gonna stop, right? And he just kept driving, he's just like.
And then I remember at one point,
one of those drivers that are just out of it. I'm just like, you almost ran over a family with a fucking stroller. It was horrifying.
And then the second part, I'll never forget the look in this girl's eyes. There was this Asian girl crossing the street. This is right as we were about to get to the hotel. Let's go to the glasses, and he's fucking driving. I think Renie at one point was even like, "You gotta stop!" And then this girl had the fear of God in her eyes. This poor girl, Renie was looking out for her kind, but she was like. But she was like, oh my God, this girl was terrified, and the driver looked at you like you were the one causing the problem. He's like, what?
Right, no, he was driving at this crosswalk. On the crosswalk was a family with a stroller, but also this Asian girl that was even closer to the car, and he just kept on driving, and the crosswalk, the pedestrian light was on, so they were, of course, pedestrians always have right of way, and this guy just kept on driving, and I'm just in my mind, you're gonna stop, right? And then at the last minute before he gets to the crosswalk, I'm like, look out! And then he looked at me like I was being a bitch. I'm like,
oh my God.
The woman in the crosswalk looked like she was terrified for her life.
Horrified.
It was horrible.
I'll never forget the fear in that woman's eyes. It was like a deer in the headlights.
It was the Uber driver. Shockingly, it wasn't me. I'll have you know, I only fucked up my car.
Middle Eastern or something.
I fucked up my car. You know what? I don't judge based on that, but I only fuck up my car by not taking care of it because I don't really know what to do. But I
don't believe you.
Well, considering where you live,
Ali will vouch for me.
Well, yeah, considering where you
live in Atlanta. I'm defensive as
damn drivers over there.
Dude, I know every city says that your drivers are crazy, but
Atlanta is a different breed of drivers over there. I can't
really
stand Atlanta traffic.
No, because Renie's driving it.
No.
Yeah, totally.
You have to drive like a crazy person to survive that.
I'm defensive as fuck. My friend from Florida was a passenger in my car, and he was like, "You drive like somebody's about to hit you anytime." I'm like, "Yeah," because I'm always checking all my mirrors because that's what I have to do to drive in Atlanta. People do crazy fucking shit.
Yes.
Because I'm on the highway almost every day, so I'm a very defensive driver. My only problem is I don't take care of my car because I don't really know what to do. I just changed the oil. I need to learn. It's time to be an adult, Irene. But yeah, no, I'm it's a whole ass. You're just dodging crazy people in Atlanta. It's nuts. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I hate it. So I hate the traffic there so much.
First person, you're supposed to check your mirrors. Well, listen, that's an accomplishment for me. The fact that I actually, pay attention to my surroundings.
Wow, good job.
Yeah. No, I'm a little paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
I moved to Atlanta. My car
what?
was scratchless for 2 years. 2 days here, scratches. I'm telling you. People are nuts.
Mm.
People are nuts. Yep. Come experience LA traffic. LA traffic is just.
Oh, LA traffic is the worst. I think that's like a factor in why I haven't moved there. Because
My experience with LA traffic is just you're parked. Like
It's
you
so
just
bad.
don't move.
It's so bad.
But that's just you're parked. Like
You're not moving.
yeah, they're not moving. Which I mean, Atlanta is you're moving, and people are also acting fools while they're moving. You know, it's like a step down from New York but New York, the way I interpret New York is
horrible.
New York is horrible, but at least everyone can drive. They're just like mashed up against each other.
That's not true.
They can drive, but they'll just inch past like 2 inches from your car and like worm through traffic and drive on the shoulder. That's my experience.
New Yorkers, as someone who's been in New Jersey my whole life and experiences them coming down from the summer, New Yorkers absolutely cannot drive. They're horrible. Okay. They're the worst.
Okay. I'll take so my most colorful experience with New York driving is I got off the plane once in New York. I was going to New York Comic Con, and I got in this Uber, and this Uber was like weaving through traffic, doing the whole like 2 inches away from other cars thing, which every time I've been in New York taxi, they do that. But also he was like driving on the shoulder and then halfway on the sidewalk at like half the time, and just like, dude, you don't need to do this. Like, I'm not in a rush. And he's like, no, it's fine. He's just like on the sidewalk half the time. I'm like,
God.
My God! Oh my! Woo! I should have given him a worse review. I don't remember what I gave him. I was like shell shocked afterwards.
I want to see what I gave that Tampa driver. If I gave him a good review, I probably did. Probably gave him a great review.
It was horrible.
5 stars, Vaughn.
I'm trying. Probably.
Mm.
When did we leave the convention? Let's see. Wow, there are a lot of late night Ubers.
What? Oh, for Tampa?
11. Let's see. 12 a.m. Tampa Convention Center.
We're having fun. We're not allowed to have fun, though, guys. Did you know we're not allowed to have fun?
Yeah, no fun allowed. No fun allowed.
He got you to your destination 5. No, the fuck. He almost.
He did, and he didn't hurt anyone. He almost hurt several people. He almost killed several people. But
no. Yeah, that was not a good driver. Michael, are you from Georgia? I don't think I've ever asked.
Yeah, Augusta, Georgia, whole life. I mean, I've been to other places, so but like
I don't think I've been to Augusta. I must have driven through because I drive to Florida quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've probably been passing through or something. It's the golf capital of the world, so
I've still never been to Georgia.
You haven't been in Georgia?
Never.
Oh wow. Yeah, you'll love the paper mill smell.
What?
Yeah. You don't have that in Atlanta, but like everywhere South Georgia is like it just reeks of paper mill. Apparently, the paper mill smell like shit.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know, it's like weird chemical shit. It's horrible. So Savannah.
Savannah and Augusta.
I'm gonna tell stories about Savannah again. So when I first moved to the States, it was in Savannah, and because it was for Savannah College of Art and Design, and I was fresh off the boat. And I spoke English, but I never lived in the States before. So it was this really weird experience where it's like I thought I would fit in, but I didn't. And also I couldn't understand anybody, even though I spoke fluent English, because everyone had a really, really thick Southern accent.
Yep.
I couldn't understand anybody for a week. And it was like culture shock because so my parents just dropped me off in Savannah and just left me there with $100. They're like, "You'll be fine." Because I'm from Taiwan, which is really safe and is totally different than I'm dropped into Savannah, and then it's like people are trying to sell me drugs, and then it's all kinds of crazy stuff. And I'm hearing gunshots south of Forsyth Park. And it was an experience, but yeah, the paper mill smelled so bad. I swear to God, Savannah has its favorite. And everybody says Savannah's this quaint, historic town. And okay, the downtown area is really nice. And River Street, that's right next to the river, obviously, and the downtown area with a lot of bars is really pretty and quaint. But that's just downtown area. That's where the tourists and old people go, okay? But if you've lived there for any period of time, which I lived there for like a year and a half, you find out real quick that outside of that little protected historic area that's all for tourists, it's like complete fucking chaos. Like the crime rate is insane. So I moved, I was in the dorms for a few months and I moved into a friend's, like I subleased a friend's apartment because I needed somewhere to stay. And that was just south of Forsyth Park, which if you've been to Savannah or if you live there, you know, that's like south of Forsyth Park is where all the crazy shit happens. And it was like, whoo! I was like, I didn't know what to do. I would walk outside. People would literally be trying to sell me drugs. I was getting hit on all the time. And I was like 17. So I didn't know what was going on. It was very disturbing. And then then I remember the Savannah's an open campus. So the you have the main campus buildings are mostly downtown, and like the freshman dorms are downtown, like they're close to historic area, this historic area that's really safe. But you have a couple of the halls that are really far out in the middle of nowhere. And the animation hall, because the way SCAD worked was every department or every major generally had their own building, at least in Savannah. That's how it generally worked. And there was this animation and game design building that was called Montgomery Hall. And it was way south. And it was just like, we had a designated bus to take you to Montgomery Hall and back. And I was like the weirdest freshman ever because I was actually trying to study and I wasn't partying. I went to like one party.
Yeah, that's scared.
But I wanted to study. I wanted to actually think. But so my point is I was staying overnight just like drawing at Montgomery Hall a lot, and then the buses stopped running after like 10 p.m. So I was just like, oh, it's after 10. I don't have a bus. I'm just going to sleep here. I'm going to like keep drawing until like midnight. I'm going to sleep until somebody wakes me up because class is starting. And then you would just start hearing gunshots all around.
Oh my God.
That's Savannah.
What is happening? And yeah, it smelled like shit. There's this bridge that you walk to get to the freshman dorms. And I just remember we would walk downtown to, go to restaurants and party and totally not drink underage. And then we would walk back to the freshman dorms. And this bridge that was, of course, there was a river underneath. And there was a paper mill in Savannah. And so because of course, the paper mill dumps all their fucking chemicals into this river, which isn't the main, was not the main river, but it was a estuary of it. It was like a creek or something. It was a smaller river that branched off of the main one that runs through Savannah. And the paper mill dumped all this shit into this river and it smelled like ass. And I remember every time walking back from downtown back to the freshman doors, I'm just like holding our breath all through the entire bridge. It was like a Spirited Away scene when Chihiro was going through that over that bridge. You're just like
the shit monster. Yeah.
Yeah, you were like trying to hold your breath across the bridge and shit. Oh my God. That was an adventure.
Yeah, I've got a paper mill 10 miles away from my house, and I tell everybody it smells like sour ass crack. It's bad.
I don't know how to describe it. It's just so bad.
But everything you said about Savannah, because I passed through there a couple of times, you hit the nail on the head.
Yep. I'm like, I hear people say Savannah's so quaint, and it's always like this historic thing of like, you clearly don't know.
Yeah, it's a nice place to go visit or for tourism and stuff like that to see the history, but I wouldn't want to live there. So
no, so I transferred to the Atlanta campus after a year, and part of it was I heard that I wanted to just try out the sequential art department because I was thinking, well, the department here I heard was smaller, so you can get more attention from the professors. And I was kind of frustrated because I felt like the each major was too big in Savannah. And also I heard that they were Savannah, at least at the time, this is what I heard, was the sequential art major was more indie focused in Savannah, and the Atlanta campus was more mainstream focused. So, and I was like, I feel like it's weird because I am doing indie stuff now, but at the time, this was like 2009.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't what indie was back then. Like, my style is, it's seinen manga, and I've tried to lean a little more European as time went on, but I wanted to be mainstream-ish. But what I was thinking of is that I wanted to work for IDW or Image. Like, that was my dream.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like going to Atlanta was like more the balance. But part of the reason was also I just got like terrified of Savannah, and I'm like, I'm gonna go to Atlanta instead. And Atlanta was not the safest place either in the 2010s or in 2009. But you know what? It was better than Savannah.
Yeah, I no comment. I love to visit Atlanta during conventions and stuff like that, like MomoCon and Dragon Con, and that's about it.
So I will not comment more. Do you do MomoCon and Dragon Con, or do you just walk around?
I used to do MomoCon every year until COVID happened, and I haven't been back since. Dragon Con is, can't remember the last time I've been to Dragon Con. Last time I went, because I do a lot of cosplay, I make my own costumes as well, and I march in the parade. Oh, dude, I got the coolest damn Master Chief costume you'll ever see.
Yo.
Yeah, it's a very cosplay focused con.
Yeah, I could probably pull that up for you in just a second. But yeah, I love conventions. That's my thing. So Dragon Con, I've seen some of the weirdest shit ever in Dragon Con.
Wow.
But it's I love it.
Yes. Dragon Con is fucking weird. So I've never tabled at Dragon Con because I'm just it's probably because the one time I did actually go, I felt weirded out because my impression was, well, this is a cosplay con and there's a lot of people doing weird stuff in hotel rooms, which I want no part in ever. But I heard that the artist alley is actually pretty good because there are so many people. So you make pretty good money in artist alley. So I might try that this year. And I'm thinking of doing MomoCon because I want to do more shows. And I'm like, I'm an idiot. MomoCon and Dragon Con are really big shows. And even though they're not comic shows like I would normally go for, apparently they're just big cons. And because they're so big, the artist alleys do pretty good. So I'm thinking of trying to apply and seeing if I can go. Yeah.
Now I know the artist alleys at MomoCon do really well. Especially it's all anime, manga, and video game focused. So
cool. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna do one or both. So we'll see. Let me know if you come along. That'll be great. Are we gonna be doing Heroes Con, guys? And both me and Michael are gonna be there. And Fawn, you're gonna go there too, right?
Yeah. Me, Michael.
Cool.
Well,
right.
Heroes Con is Father's Day weekend, and I'm telling you, that's a really good show because it's comic focused.
Yep.
So if you're a comic fan and if you like art, then that is a good one to go to. That's in Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right. Hey, Renie, can you share my screen real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see.
No, it's okay. There. I made that from scratch.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's really good.
That's awesome.
Yo! That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you show up like that, I need to remember that costume, so I'll actually recognize you.
Yeah, I made all this stuff.
Wow, that's sick. Dude, I love Halo.
Yeah.
I love Halo.
That's really good. Wow.
Yeah, and then I went into Walmart.
Oh, that's great. That's really good.
Cool.
Did you what did you use for the all the pieces?
So
like the shell armor.
Yeah, so I used was like cardstock to make the template, and then it's just all fiberglass and Bondo.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, it took me a year to build it.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, really well done. And I can tell you put some detail into the paint job as well. Yeah. Hey, there's your DeviantArt. Everybody go follow Michael on DeviantArt.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. That's so cool.
Yeah, thanks. But yay, yeah. But yeah, Heroes Con, probably one of my favorite cons because it's all artists and comic focused. I've been going to Heroes Con since I was a kid, so I'm trying to make it a point to go there every year. So
Heroes is great. It's I've been going since college, and this is how, like, I always describe it as this is the big Southern show where all the artists and comic creators go to in the South. And a lot of shows like Dragon Con and MomoCon are great, and there's a lot of other really great shows, especially around Atlanta. But if you're more geared towards comics, because I think MomoCon and Dragon Con, the artist alleys are very good, and you have, but it's more diversified in the sense of you have game artists and illustrators, and there's a lot of really good artists in addition to comic artists. But Heroes Con is comics. Like, you have on the show floor, at least every time I've gone, there's been an art stage in the middle, and you have artists like Sanford Green just drawing on the art stage in the middle of the show floor the whole time. And Artist Alley is huge. And there's an art auction as well. The Westin Hotel is right next to the convention center, so that's where all the happening is at, and everybody gets together in the Westin and drinks after the show. And it's a giant party, and downtown is within walking distance. It's a little far, but it's within walking distance, so everybody walks to like some restaurant or Ubers there and then comes back. It's a great party. It's awesome, and it's really comic focused. And there's a lot of, if you're looking for long boxes, you're looking to actually buy comics, you can go there as well. If you are looking for famous comic artists that you want signings with, go to Heroes. They're probably going to be there. So I encourage everyone to check out Heroes. I'm going to be there. I'm really excited. I'm trying to get everyone. I'm going to try to get the block there and all you guys. So let's make it a thing. And, come. And it'll be a party. Let's go. Yay.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I remember one year I went to Heroes and I had some pages done. I met up. Do you know Jim Zub?
Yeah, I know people really like his stuff. I haven't read it. Apparently his content's really good.
Yeah, he was with Udon Comics at the time, and I wanted to show him some of my pages. I was drawing a lot of Naruto fan art at the time, and I got commissioned to do a fan comic for him, and for the community. And I was like, hey, Jim, I'm a fan. I love Omar Duggan and, Ang Lee and a bunch of the artists at Udon. And he said, well, you got anything? And I showed him my stuff. And he was surprised at like how many pages I cranked out. And he's like, hey, he goes, and he critiqued it. He said, there's some stuff you can work on here. He says, but here's my card. He's like, give me a call. I was like, oh, shit. Yeah. So, just get my little pinky toe in the door. I lost the card that night and I was kicking myself.
Oh no.
Yeah. So just
I can see that. Your style really would fit Udon too.
Yeah. So a couple of months ago, as I was cleaning out my room, I found the card. It was like stuffed behind a bunch of like envelopes in my filing cabinet.
Nice.
Like, but it's okay. I got my big break with Fiendish 2.5. I wouldn't have it any other way. So.
Oh, come on. I'm not famous or anything, but I'm grateful to have you on Fiendish 2.5. Honestly, I couldn't have asked for it because, I mean, man, it was nerve-wracking to launch a Fiendish campaign with something that wasn't because I'm a control freak, and I was more scared for, I want to find a good artist for it, and 2.5 wasn't its own campaign at first. I was debating of putting it with chapter 2, but I realized I couldn't afford it, and you know this, Michael. But just having someone else draw the 0.5 story, I didn't know what to do at first, and I was just racking my brain, and I was terrified because, first of all, my writing has to stand on its own. I had to find a really good artist that would deliver and also fit the Fiendish series, and I honestly couldn't have asked for a better artist. You did a great job.
Great. You blended with Renie's style very well.
Yeah, I put everything I had into it, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the work you did.
Come on, guys, let's get to 35K.
Yes, let's let me keep that smile.
You're still frozen. Look at that smile. Don't you want that to just last forever?
Yeah.
It's just there. Come on, everybody. Back Fiendish 2.5. It ends tomorrow night. Ends at midnight Pacific time tomorrow. 23 hours to go look at that. It's just past 3 a.m. over here at Eastern time, which is midnight Pacific time. So it's less than a day. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. It's so weird because this launched in what, September, October? It launched in September, like right at the end of September, right?
September. Started
Yeah,
September 23rd, right there.
Oh, it's so crazy. It's been so it just all went by so quickly. And I mean, damn,
Yeah,
I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah,
But I
'cause-
couldn't have asked for any more.
Yeah, because this time last year I was drawing the pages.
This time. So I mentioned that all the pages were done before we even launched, and I'm not kidding. Michael was working on the 2.5 pages while I was working on chapter 2 pages. So 2.5 has been done forever. Just the colors needed to be done. So like there's like a whole there's a whole fiasco with getting 2.5 colored, but Jake is doing a great job because he took over. We had some scheduling problems, but Jake took over the colors and he actually recolored a bunch of stuff and he did really good.
Well,
So that's why I pushed it back.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason I made its own campaign as well to give Jake extra time, but it's turning out great.
Yeah, well, Jake is doing an awesome, amazing job. I couldn't have asked for anybody better.
Jake's colors are great.
Yeah, they look.
Don't tell him
really
I said that.
Oh.
Oh, I'll definitely I'll tell him that you just idolize him so much.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd believe you. I'm sure he'd really believe you.
Totally, you just like look up to him and you're like, oh my god, I wish I was the creator Jake was. That's what Vaughn said.
Does Vaughn know like the weird story between like all right, so Vaughn knows I got the fan contest helped me get
Yeah, I remember your entry was really good in that.
Yeah, and then but I was Jake did a fan art too, and he wasn't going to color it, and I had to push him. I'm like, "Come on, Jake, you can color this." He's like, "Oh, okay, if you want to."
What
but
a lazy piece of shit.
What?
Oh, Jake! I'm saying Jake is.
Yeah, but I find it funny
Jake is
that.
not a piece of shit.
Yeah, I find it funny that
he totally is.
Yeah, Jake's cool.
Yeah,
Jake's
Jake is
cool?
my friend.
Jake's cool.
Yes.
I find it funny that
Don't
the
insult my
guy.
friends.
Yeah. So what does that make?
I'm gonna kick you.
All right.
Continue, Michael.
Yeah, but I find it funny the guy I was really pushing to get the coloring done is coloring my pages.
Yeah, it's so weird. So in case anyone doesn't know the lore yet, I found Michael through the Fiendish 2 fan art contest, and Michael did my personal favorite piece. I had everyone on the team vote for their pieces, their favorites in order, and that's how the winner was placed. Michael placed third, but it was my personal favorite. So I'm like, you know what, Michael, can you do sequentials? And then we started talking, and that's how he ended up doing 2.5 and ended up doing a banger job. And that's kind of how I connected with Jake as well. It's so weird because it was like a year ago, more than a year ago, because the Fiendish fan art contest was like at the end of 2022. I remember I launched in like November or something, right? So my God, time flies. But I found both of you guys through the Fiendish 2 fan art contest, and now you drew the book, and Jake is coloring it, and I do like shows with Jake. So strange.
That's awesome. So the art contest is a good idea then.
It worked out.
Speaking of which,
Honestly, it's a good way to find artists that would I mean, that wasn't my intention at all. I just heard a fan art contest is people liked it because it's fan participation, and I wanted to give the fans something to participate in, and that's why I decided, well, let's do the fan art contest and upping. And I had a lot of the stretch goals in Fiendish 2 let's increase the fan art contest winnings, and that was my way of trying to give back to the fans. But just by coincidence, I also found really good artists that I hired. So that's cool.
So I do have a funny story. There was an AugustaCon, and I forgot what year. When was the fan contest? It was 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was an AugustaCon here where I'm at. Dan Fraga was going to be one of the guests. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta meet Dan. So I drew him a picture of his characters from Black Flag, and I framed it. And he walked by my booth, and I was like, hey Dan. He's like, yeah, what's up? I said, I got something for you. And I showed it to him, and he looked shocked. And he was like, you drew this? I was like, yeah. He says, come by my desk later. I want to talk with you. So I talked with him a little bit, and Dan's I love Dan. He's
Dan
such a
Frega's
down-to-earth
such a
guy.
good guy.
But then I showed him the Fiendish 2.5 fan art I did, and he, and he's like, "Whoa, you did this for Renie's contest?" I said, "Yeah." And he looked at me dead in the eye. He goes, "You better fucking win." So I saw him again at here. Yeah, there it is, right there.
There's the piece.
I look
That's
at it, and
so
there's like so many things I want to change on it. But I saw him again at I saw him again at Heroes Con, and he remembered me. He's like, "Hey, you're the guy." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, did you win?" I said, "I got third place." He goes, "Well, that's good." I said, "But I think I got the best prize of all. Like, she's giving me a chance to draw her comic." He's like, "No shit." And yeah. So I showed him the pages, and he was, he was like, "This is great." He says, Renie couldn't have asked for a better person to be drawing this. I was like, thank you so much. That's just high praise from Dan.
He is correct. I'm very happy that we got to collaborate, and I think and I'm not just like blowing hot air or whatever you say, whatever the phrase is. I really this was a great experience. As the first time I wrote something for someone else to draw, especially after the struggles I've had with Fiendish 1. Like, just the pain that has been, like, all the printer issues and, like, just fulfillment problems. I'm not going to revisit it, but let's just say people who remember. It was just a whole struggle because I've been making my own comics for a long time, but it was partially like the paper shortages got in the way of everything, and everything got delayed, and I was just having a hell of a time dealing with having to organize things with collaborators. And here's just the truth: you can't not everyone is a good fit for your project, and not everyone is a good fit to collaborate with you personally. And I ran into a lot of issues early on, and I'm so grateful that 2.5 is a part of the story that I put a lot of weight on it. I don't know how else to put it, but it's the first standalone story. It's the first one shot, and it's like it's important because it's its own whole campaign, and it's also like my try at being a writer for the first time. So I was really nervous, and I'm so glad that I got an artist that could handle it and delivered it. And Michael was like early on all the art, which is amazing. So, and I know what it takes to draw comics, so I really appreciate the work that he put in. And I'm not just like saying it for the sake of it, or for advertising when I say I really am so glad to have worked with Michael on this project.
Yeah.
Yay!
Maybe
him and such a high, that's the first place.
Yeah.
I wanted to be fair. That's why for the fan art contest, I had the whole team vote, and I averaged out everybody's votes. And Michael was third place, but I kept on telling the team, like, I like this one. This is my favorite. But like everybody else liked other pieces. So I'm like, you know what? I can't control you. I want to be fair.
I feel like mine was, no one liked the manga-ish style, is how I felt a little bit. I'm like, oh, they probably they wanted it look more realistic instead of my, how I did it. But I was like, it's cool. I don't care. As I did my best, and that's all I could ask for. So
I think there were a few pieces there were some really, really good pieces. Let me just
God, yes.
Really, hold on. I'm in the fan art contest folder, so let me show some of the other pieces.
No, there's some excellent pieces. That one.
This is by Dikainen, Dkainen. And I remember he did 2 pieces. And but I was like, okay, one person, one entry. So there was this piece was one of the runner-ups, and this was also printed in the books. And I appreciate that he straight up wrote something into Narsa. I thought that was absolutely amazing. And then the winning piece, hold on. Oh, hold on. This one was not the winning piece, but this was also a
That
runner-up.
one was
This
really
is
good.
That's really
this is
good.
by JW artwork. Like, this guy should be doing magic cards or
Magic
something.
cards,
Look
yeah.
at this painting. And JW, he's in chat a lot. He has his own art channel. Everybody go follow JW Artwork. He's also on Twitter by the same name. This is really good. This is like magic card level painting. It's great. This was, I think, second place.
That's second.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
this
lot of
one,
great
this
stuff.
Second place.
I don't
like
know
the
if I
pink
told you
plastic.
this, but like initially, even though I ended up going with something different, I probably stopped. I'm surprised I
There's
never reached
first
out
place
to you,
right there.
Michael.
Sorry.
But I was trying to poach artists
is-
from Renie's art contest because I needed a blonde character, and I was
Mhm.
scrolling
This
through the
is-
art contest. And
I mean, it's not like if you just go to an art contest with blonde people, they'd be like, oh, you could draw blonde.
no,
Okay.
but like for the art styles, like 'cause your style was what I was going for. Fiendish was what that kind of your art style was kind of what it was.
There were so many good entries, and this was the winning piece, which is funny because this was also actually the first piece that was turned in and it ended up winning. So here you go, fun fact. But yeah, this was great.
I love how Nina looks in there.
Yeah, that's my favorite part too. I like how Nina almost she's got this like Chinese painting kind of look. I thought that was pretty cool.
The composition's really solid too.
Yeah,
It's
really
so it's so cool to see your characters drawn by other people.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just, it's like this. It's like my children are out in the world kind of feeling.
good.
Yeah. And speaking of, I have my art contest I just announced the other day. So if you guys want that,
I'm so looking forward to see the entries in that.
I am too, man.
I look forward to that. I think
It's
that
weird. Jules,
great
I announced it, and Jules, I had already hired. She was like, "Oh, can I participate?" I'm like, "I mean, yeah, you want to give me more free art? I don't care."
Why would she say no? She wants to participate. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah,
Buckeye
Jules-
and I asked
She's doing
my-
a cover for me and a trading card and participating. She wants to be.
Let her.
Let her.
I am. No, I told her. I was like, "Go ahead, give me free art. I'll do it."
Is my main character a rogue type? No. Casimir and I, as you all know, I've statted out all my characters in Pathfinder. Casimir is a ranger because I prefer playing rangers most of the time in Pathfinder and D&D. That's my thing. Casimir is a ranger, but he Easkell and Casimir are both rangers, but they're different types of rangers. Easkell is not a caster, so he's a spell-less ranger, which is a ranger archetype. Ragnar is complicated. If you look at my trading cards, on the back of my trading cards, I have the Pathfinder stats for all my characters, which is why you should back the campaigns, because you get free trading cards. But Ragnar is a cleric wizard multi-class, which was hard as shit to stat out. And I get my DM to help me on all of these, but like Ragnar was hard to figure out because it was like I had to find a Pathfinder class or multi-class that worked with my fiendish world building. I'm just like, fucking how? But yeah, she's a cleric and a wizard. But Casimir is a ranger. But not. What is he? He's a woodland skirmisher, I think, is the archetype, which I thought fit pretty well. They had I forgot what specific abilities I put with him. Go look at the trading cards. I don't remember right now, but yeah, I wanted him to have some magic, which may or may not come in relevant later. Anyways, yeah, I usually play ranger. I have my favorite character in Pathfinder is a ranger. Multi-class with like a crafty class, and then I have an oracle that is this illusionist kind of oracle, and he's a half orc, so he's unkillable. I'm going to stop myself, or I'm just going to keep on nerding out about Pathfinder. Yeah. Hey, look, this is Narwhal's piece.
I like that.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. But yeah, there you go. There's a Fiendish 2 fan art contest. Oh, it was so long ago. Time flies.
It does.
Yeah, that was fun. I remember watching that art contest. Like I said, because I was trying to poach town from it, and also it was just fun seeing all those different artists do it. Also, I stole
That's-
some of your rules for mine.
That's fun.
Down
How is
so
that?
They're good rules to have. I came up with some great parameters. You're welcome.
Mhm.
Well, you guys don't understand. Vaughn bugs me about, and it's good because he's being very thorough, but everything. He's like, so Ari, what do you think about this? So should I do my campaign this way? Should I do my fan art products this way? This or that? And I'm like, I know
I
you're
don't
being
know.
thorough. That's really great, but you like bug me about everything.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
How dare you? But I get it. It's good because you're being thorough and you're trying to do everything right. And
Yeah,
you
I
should
bothered
ring
Graham
the bell.
Nolan a bit the other day instead of you, so hope that.
That gives me comfort. Thank you. I appreciate that. He bugs us all. Oh no.
I didn't bug down go solo yet. Now I can if you want me to, man.
No. I'm
I'll
looking
bug
out
you a
for
little
you.
less, Rini.
I'm looking out for you. Down goes solo. I'm going to, I will shield you.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I think it's good to ask for advice from people that launch campaigns before, because I didn't do any of that. I kind of just launched blind. I was like, well, here we go.
And I've heard your horror stories, so it scared me off.
It was fucking crazy.
I was talking to your printer earlier today, actually, Rini.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, they're good.
Speaking,
Couldn't talk to them more on Monday.
yeah.
Mhm.
Speaking of Down Go Solo, I'm like really anticipating his book coming out. Wrecked.
Yeah. Let me.
Because I don't. The interior art, like the artist he's got drawing it, like it really has that manga feel, which I really love and appreciate.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a slightly terrifying cover image, but here's the
Ooh, that's
sign up.
awesome.
So if everyone wants to sign up for this and check it out, the interiors are very, very good. And I am also doing a cover for this. So if you would like my cover, sign up for this book.
Yep.
This is dark fantasy. I'm sure you guys, if you're a fan of Fiendish, and hopefully you like dark fantasy, and then Wrecked is probably for you as well.
Yes.
So sign up. Yeah.
Yep. And I have a variant cover for it as well. So just be on the lookout for that.
Wonderful. I'm going to share the sign up right now. So everybody sign up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Yeah.
Now. Narwhal looks like another world gamer. I don't know that. But I hope it's good. I don't know what that means. And Igago says it looks nice. Yeah. Very nice. I feel like I'm probably going to wrap up because it's late, but we're doing shout outs, so let's go through with it. This is perfect timing. Let's shout out everybody's campaigns. There's Rec, which is from Down Go Solo, who's always in chat, so I'm more than happy to give you a shout out. Everybody go sign up for this. And also Phenomenova by Vaughn, channel regular.
Oh, yeah.
And
Here we go.
writer extraordinaire, let everybody know.
Thank you. Yeah, so
Phenomenova.
Phenomenova is, like I mentioned, it's an idea I've had ever since I was younger, and it's basically become my culmination of my love of storytelling, the superhero genre. And it's basically my love letter to it, but it's set 20 years after World War III and follows this teenage boy who is the son of a World War III veteran. And he is struck by lightning while holding this mysterious crystal. And he uses these powers to be like these heroes pictured here. We will see more of in a prequel storyline, my hopes. And that will be a really fun one to do. But it's a 64-page comic book that's just kind of his origin story, how he takes the past and tries to bring it into a brighter future and the difficulties he finds along the way on his journey to become a superhero. There will be a villain who you will see art of soon. Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. And we have the art contest right here. Some new art coming in. And the first variant cover, Phenomenova is the title. Ladies, do not give Vaw.
What?
What the hell?
The art looks great, though. The art does look very good. Who's your artist?
His name is Philip Cruz, and Jesse Hagee is the other. And then we got our first variant cover. There will be a print of our main villain that you will get when you sign up. Where to get that crystal? So if you scroll up a bit, you get a hint at it What? I don't get it. Phenomenova is the title, ladies. Do not give
It's just,
ball.
come on. It's fine. It's fine, Vaughn.
No,
It's
I
so
was just
fine.
I was trying to understand the joke. I missed it. So, but you could see them searching the crystals, and he basically falls down, and then he finds it in here. There's context to it, but I want you to read it. Renie knows it; she's read the script, but I can't tell you every detail. You want to know how did he get into this cave? Why was he searching for the caves? Well, you're gonna find out when you read the story. What's this website? So you can go to rebeloasisstudios.com. Or you can I guess I'll post the sign up list since Alex went to bed. But you could do rebeloasisstudios.com takes you there, or you could do right here. We just passed over 500. Let's see here. Over 500 signups. So if that sounds interesting to you, definitely check it out. And you will get a free trading card by Juju.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
that trading card is great. And again, there's at least 2 more covers coming your way. One of them is by Renie. The other by should I announce it? I got some thumbnails for it. All right, you know what? I'll announce it. So Juju is doing a Final Fantasy VII homage cover. So it's going to be like the shot of him in front of the reactor, because there's a scene where he stands in front of it. The new game was coming out, and I was like, who do I know that could give me a turnaround on this? And I was like, there you go.
Yeah, I think you've already announced that in
Yeah, did I?
stream. Yeah.
But yeah.
But I love the idea.
So I got a thumbnail of it today. It's looking really good.
All right, good.
Nice. Yeah, the main artist you have, Cruz, does really good work. I am looking forward to this book. The art looks great.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. The writer's pretty good, I think.
He's all right.
Yeah,
he's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's not bad. It's okay, I guess. Rob, hello. Says, oh, nice. There you go. Yeah. So, back this book or sign up for it so you can back it. And also, down goes Solo for $10. Thank you so much. He says, coming back tomorrow for the last minute backings. I don't know if I will be streaming myself tomorrow, but I will be on Flashcast. Maybe, I don't know. Well, Flashcast goes pretty late, so I don't think I'll do like a proper closeout stream. Like, this is the closeout stream. I have a lot of other work to do, so I'll just be working during the day, and then I'll stream with some other people in the evenings. But yeah, I think hopefully we'll hit 35, because the next stretch. Let me go to the campaign. The next stretch goal for Fiendish 2.5 is 35,000. So hopefully we can hit that before we close out with this. Less than a day, 23 hours to go on this, because it ends at midnight Pacific time, not Eastern time, 3 a.m. Eastern time, midnight Pacific time tomorrow. So you have less than a day to back this book, and the next stretch goal is 35K, which is to give Michael a bonus, which I really want to get to. Michael is the interior artist on Fiendish 2.5. I am the writer, and he did an amazing job. Thank you for the loud typing. I really appreciate it. So, fine. I'll just forever hit you for it. I'm looking forward to delivering this book for everybody. But yeah, coming out for our last minute backings. Hopefully, maybe I'll do an unboxing stream or something. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to. Ugh, the pressure! Putting pressure on me. Billy is back. Hello. Billy says, "All you want when you have it." Oh my God. Okay, I'm not going to read that.
Oh God.
Hello, Billy. My God. I need to start reading chats before I pull them up on screen. Holy
I do that shit too. I pull up bad comments. I'm like, oh.
I'm like, Billy, my friend, you wouldn't post anything to sabotage. My God, Billy, I feel betrayed. Anyways, all right. Last but not least, let me do like a little comprehensive pitch for this book that is the focus of the hour. Fiendish 2.5 is the first standalone one-shot in the Fiendish series, which, if you don't know, is the fantasy mystery series that I created, that I write and draw. The main series of Fiendish is about Casimir, that you see on the cover here, a little blonde boy, but in the main series, he's older. He's seeking for the truth behind the mysterious demons that destroyed his hometown. And there's a whole lot of other world building and a whole big mystery that I'm building up to. It's long form fantasy. We've got this whole world changing mystery that I'm going to build up to and reveal. We're working towards that. But 2.5 is where we find out how he grew up after his hometown was destroyed, after he escaped Dorvo, which is where he grew up, and how he was raised by this really gruff hunter that trained him to be a man and a warrior, but in like a really shitty and really rough way. But it made him tough because he's fucking tough in the main books. And we also get to see how he met Ragna and Iskil, which are characters that we all know from the main series. So if that sounds good to you, if you want to see some action, and I think that 2.5 is just a very introspective and action-filled and bloody, but it's also a very heartfelt story for me. It really is. I don't know how else to describe it, but it really is that. And it's a character-focused chapter that doesn't lack for action, is how I would put it. It's 25 pages. It's very straightforward. We cover a lot of ground in that span of space. But I think that with Michael's arc, this story will really shine, and I'm really looking forward to delivering for all of you. We'll be delivering in April, really quick turnaround. So I hope everyone will check it out and give it a chance. And thank you so much. Everyone who's backed it already. You're awesome. You're awesome. I love you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
That was Stella for 10 again. Thank you so much. It's important to be around all day. Okay, I need to sleep at some point.
Sleep is important.
Chumps.
I need to sleep at some point. Yeah. Rob says feelings. Good. Listen. Good stories. And I know people don't like talking about my feelings in storytelling, but here's a fact.
What do you mean? They're important.
They are important, precisely. But you can't. The problem with a lot of, especially, people complain about bad writing that's coming out of Marvel, which there is a lot of, and the issue is characters feel things, but there's no logic to it. There's no reason. There's no consistency. There's no plot reason. What a good story is about a character's external struggles and internal struggles in sync. It's a character struggling with themselves and with an external force at the same time. I think those are the best stories. So a character's internal life and what their growth matters. It's not just about, well, let me punch a bigger monster and that's all the story is about. Sure, that's entertaining, but I think if you want a story that has longevity, you have to explore how the character develops as a person and how they view the world. It's not just about, well, their feelings. It's about moral evolution and them growing and maturing as a person. And if you're afraid to explore that, then you're never going to grow as a writer. So it's scary to delve into things that deep as a writer, but I'm not going to be afraid of it because I think this is the kind of story I want to tell. There's a great plot to Fiendish, but also the characters grow and they feel like real people to me, and I'm not going to be afraid of putting that out there and telling you who they are and having their internal dialogue and their struggles and their moral conundrums on the paper and on the pages for everybody to see. So there you go. That's the kind of story I want to tell.
Yeah,
Rage is the driving force. Yes,
it's good. Listen. Anyone who's read my script knows that I let my heart out onto the page, and you did too. Like, there's so much heart in Fiendish that really shines through in this one too. This one has some of that.
Yeah, definitely.
I put a lot into my stories, guys. Did you know? I like that. Why are they where they are? Where did they come from, and where are they going? I think that and what we talk about on the blog all the time, right? A character's need and they want and how that should be different. Those are the building blocks of creating a believable character. But of course, you can take steps beyond that of, okay, now you know what your character wants and where they came from, where are they going next, and what we talk about on the blog with the and this is like a shortcut that I've heard you can do for tabletops, building characters for tabletops, is so what a character wants is what they start out pursuing, but what they actually need is not, they don't realize it at first. So it's something deeper, and that's what the character, it's like in Star Wars, what Luke wants is not what he ends up needing. He failed because he was pursuing his want, and then he failed in battling Darth Vader. He had this arc to defeat, and then he had to lose and then grow again, and that's the standard a hero's journey character arc. But that works really well with the character is searching for what they want and what they need, and they have to shift from one to the other in order to develop as a character. And you can apply this to your protagonist, your antagonist, doesn't matter. That's good character writing. At least that's a basic model for it. So there's that, but then there's even more. There's having this, and this is what I'm dealing with now. This is what I keep rambling on, is having character arcs intertwine and play off of each other. But that's a whole other issue that it's a good problem to have, but I want to be as thorough as possible. I want to get to the point where everything resonates off of each other in the story, and I want everything to connect and there to be no plot holes. I'm going to do my absolute best. I'm thinking about everything. This is why I spend so much time writing. I'm making sure everything makes sense and everything is perfect. So there you go. Yeah, if you want to jump into the Fiendish series, 2.5 is a great starting point. If you didn't get 1 or 2, you can get both of those books in a catch-up tier right here. In the completest, you can get 1, 2, and 2.5 as discounts. So you can get caught up on the whole series, or you can just jump in at 2.5. I think that's a great introduction to the series as a whole, and hopefully it'll incentivize you to get 1 and 2, even though you should get a completest tier because, of course you should. Get my book. It's great. It's awesome. Back it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do it. All right.
All right.
And
Back
again,
to day
thank you to Michael for being the artist on this. You did a great job. Why did you so big?
Thank you.
Fine.
And I know this is the pre-closeout stream, so this is probably I can't thank you enough for giving me this opportunity, Renie. It's and I've said it before. I've done indie and commercial work before, but this is the first time that my actual pencils and pages are done. So you made one of my dreams come true. So thank you for that.
Aww.
I can't thank you enough for that. So
well, I thank you for being here. I am glad to collaborate further in the future, and I look forward to it. So,
okay.
And I'm telling you, once 2.5 comes out, because I've showed so few pages. Okay, and also Jake's not here because he's being lazy and sleeping or some shit. So who needs that, right? Crazy. But he's doing a banger job on the colors. He's been turning a ton of stuff in. He's like less than 7 pages away from finishing it. So we're making really good time. And I think you guys are really gonna enjoy what Jake and Michael did. You guys have done absolutely amazing work. So thank you. I'm really grateful.
Yeah, well, thank you. And
you guys done great work.
Yeah, and back to Fiendish 2.5, so we could get to 35, and then I can look like this.
You're so frozen on that. Yes, back 2.5. We have 1 more day, and then 35K is when Michael gets a bonus. So I hope Michael get a bonus. There you go. All right. I will end it here. I need to get some sleep, guys, because I have something to do tomorrow. But I will see you on my channel next on Sunday. I'll be doing a draw stream with all the regulars. All of you guys are invited, and I'll have, everyone on drawing. I don't know what I'll be working on. I'll figure it out. Tomorrow I should be on Flashcast as well. So hopefully I'll see you guys there. That'll be a ton of fun. And yeah, thank you all for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. You guys are awesome. Bye.
Good night, guys.
Bye.
Good night.
Back
Bye.
Fiendish 2.5.
Do it.